Good morning, City of Fresno residents. Today we're going to commence our February 13th, 2020 council meeting. City Clerk, would you please call roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Kabasi.
Here.
Councilmember Soria. Vice President Capriolio. And President Arias.
Our council member Caprioli is running a little late, and I am here. Next is the invocation. Chaplain Lori, would you please come forward?
We have here in the United States of America that we enjoy, God. We're thankful that we can come together and plan a future, plan one that is equitable for all people. Those that are marginalized, God, we just ask that you would underscore the idea that we can have unity within diversity, God. We just ask for your blessing. Bless those on council as they make decisions that will impact our city, that we become a city that is prosperous, and that we see the growth, God, that would just influence other cities to want to be more like Fresno. So we're thankful for them. We're thankful for their pursuit and their dedication to this community. And we just ask these things in your Son's namesake. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
I have a few changes. The first is item 1F on the agenda, approve an appointment of Scott Miller to be the Fresno Regional Workforce Development Board. The term should read 11/1/2021, not 10/18/2020. On the 1030 item, which is a budget item, there is a change that needs to be read into the record. Motion 48 regarding purchase and bringing up to date a building, up to code, a building located at Bulldog Lane and 6 for the El Dorado neighborhood. The existing note should be replaced with the following note. Any funds not encumbered by 12/31/2020 will be redistributed to council operations budgets per the language to be inserted into next year's budget. And finally, a closed session item regarding real property has been removed from the agenda. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you, City Clerk. Do any council members have changes to the agenda? Councilwoman Soria?
I'd like to table 1H to the next meeting. And when we pull consent, I'd like to pull 1I.
No other council members wish to have changes to the agenda? All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Member Soria, second by Member Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Are there any changes to the amended minutes of December 12th, 2019 and January 30th, 2020?
No changes from the clerk.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of December 12th and January 16th? Motion by Member Soria, second by Member Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, the minutes for January 19th and December 12th are approved. Now we begin the ceremonial part, which most of our guests are here for. We'll start off with the presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Well, this is always a pleasure. Good morning, everybody. We have SPCA Pet of the Month. We're also talking to two officers after this who did some wonderful things for animals in our community. And we're talking about gap land later to build a no-kill animal shelter. So we got a lot of good things going on for animals. What's the name?
So this is Bugsy here. He is a 2-month-old male terrier blend. We're assuming a little bit of pug, but he was a stray, so we can't be sure.
Okay. And what we try to do is highlight the fact that there are a lot of pets, obviously, at the SPCA that we want to adopt, want to get rescued. I have a dog at home that we rescued from the SPCA, and as they often say, the dogs rescue us as well. And so we encourage people to contact SPCA. They have many, many dogs, unfortunately, that need to be adopted, but they do need to be adopted. We have lots in our community. And so, and it's Bugsy? Bugsy. And Bugsy is, again, how old?
2 months old.
2 months old. So they just contact, can you tell a little bit about how you might contact the SPCA, how they might find Bugsy? Anything you want to say? You want me to hold Bugsy for what you
Yeah,
do?
you can hold him. So to be able to get Bugsy, if you are interested, he is going to make a news appearance later on today. So he will be available for adoption over on 103 South Hughes, just kind of out by the Fresno Zoo, right after 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, here's Bugsy. I have a feeling Bugsy's going to find a home shortly. Okay, thank you so much for the SPCA. City Clerk, do you have the proclamations for the two officers? Just curious. Okay. If I could please have, let me see, Officer Joshua Westcamp, and we have Officer Richard Byrd. Come up, please. Come on. Come on up, officers. Come on up. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. And your name is?
Joshua Westcamp.
Richard Byrd.
Okay, now these two gentlemen have told me they don't want to really say much, and that's the way most of our police officers are. They just do great work and they don't seek any glory or honors, but we want to recognize them for what they do. So I think the first thing we want to do is have our city clerk please read for Officer Westcamp, and that, it's a very brief, highlights exactly what this great man did.
We are proud to honor Fresno Police Officer Joshua Westcamp for going above and beyond the call of duty by adopting a puppy that he and his fellow co-workers saved from severe animal abuse. On December 12, 2019, Officer Westcamp's partner, Dirk Reed, first arrived on the scene and detained an individual who witnessed said strangled puppy and attempted to throw it into a garbage truck 15 feet into the air. Officer Westcamp and Cadet Cassandra Marino assisted on the call. The SPCA retrieved the puppy and put a hold on it as the animal was considered evidence. However, Officer Westcamp had the intention of adopting the puppy, and he and Cadet Marino continued to check in on the puppy's welfare until it was able to be adopted. Sergeant Mark Sotelo worked with SPCA supervisors during the investigation and helped make it possible for Officer Westcamp to adopt the puppy. Once the investigation was over, Officer Westcamp was able to bring the puppy home, and he named it Leo. They both have a special bond. Officer Westcamp, we thank you for your service to our community and for demonstrating such compassion in adopting the defenseless puppy. We appreciate you giving Leo the family he deserves and celebrate you both on this day.
This great man, I'm going to ask them to say a word after. I want Officer Byrd.
Okay. Today we honor Fresno Police Officer Richard Byrd for his efforts in helping a pit bull in Visalia get the chance at having a better life. Officer Byrd volunteered his time by driving this dog to Brookings, Oregon, to the South Coast Humane Society, where it received a much-needed surgery to remove a large tumor growing on her chest. We appreciate the time and energy Officer Byrd provided to this special animal, ensuring that she would have a healthy, enjoyable life. Thank you for your service as a Fresno City police officer. Your compassion for this animal has made you a local hero and will no doubt help this dog become someone's new best friend. Congratulations.
Great job, officer. Great job to both of you. Would you like to say a few words, Officer Westcamp? They really don't want to say anything, but I'm kind of asking them to say a couple of words.
Sure.
Okay. It's all yours.
The reason I did what I did is I was raised that way, to care about life, all life, human life, animal life. And then being a police officer, it's just the opportunity that I had to go and adopt my own animal. So I encourage anybody that needs an animal, because the animals need you too, to adopt one, not go to any private sale or anything like that. So.
Thank you. My wife and I are big animal fans, so any little part we could do to help out, we will. Jennifer Alcorn had called me, asked me if I could do this for her, and most of you know her. She's a retired world champion boxer, so I was afraid if I didn't, I'd get knocked out. So it was a small part to do, and thank you for the recognition.
Again, thank you, officers, and all that you did. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much. Take care. You take. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me give you this. Here you go, Officer Westcamp. Officer Bird.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Oh, why don't you come here? We'll take a quick picture, and then we'll let you out of here and get back to work. Be well.
Thank you. Now, to lead the recognition of Black History Month, Councilmember Esparza and myself will address the audience.
This one I think should be fine. We'll share it. Good morning, folks. Want to welcome everyone here this morning to City Hall, in particular all of the different community organizations, community leaders, our elected officials, and private sector business leaders as well, who've taken the time to be here this morning and celebrate Black History Month here in the city of Fresno. So good morning to everyone. I've invited Councilmember Arias to co-sponsor these proclamations with myself. Councilmember Arias represents probably the largest segment of the African American population here in the city of Fresno, so it was very appropriate that we both present. And in putting our heads together, we really couldn't decide on just one sort of organization to present with the proclamation. Obviously, we're all here to celebrate together, but we did want to actually award the proclamation to one person or org, and we couldn't decide, so we picked two. And so there's going to be two proclamations, provided here today. There will be 2 days here in the city of Fresno that are named after an organization. And so, Black History Month is really one of many opportunities throughout the year for us to reflect on the past, the present, and the future of the Black experience here in our country. Thinking on the struggles and the progress, where we've been and where we're going, all of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But in keeping with this being a celebration and with my presentation last year, we're going to focus on the future. We're going to focus on where we're headed. And that's why, I'm very honored to bring up our first recipient of the proclamation, Jamila Finley and her folks. They are with an organization called the Break Box Thought Collective. And if you could join us on up here, let's give them the first round of applause this morning. I'm going to give them a few minutes to tell you more, but with respect to the Break Box Thought Collective, they have several different projects going on, a lot of great work they are doing. But the one that caught my eye the most was a project called the Black Girl Magic Project. And I mean, this organization is an organization that's really focused on innovating, influencing, and impacting our local community here in the areas of media, music, fashion, and education. And so I'm going to turn the mic over to Jamila and some of the participants, and they can tell you a little bit more.
Good morning, and thank you to all of the members of the City Council, to Member Nelson Esparza, and the mayor, and all of the distinguished community members here and elected officials, and family and friends. We would like to say thank you for this recognition, and we want to tell you just a little bit about Breakbox Thought Collective, if that's okay. Okay, so I don't want to miss anything, so I wrote it down. I stand here in the tradition of Dr. Paulette Fleming, my mother, who was a community servant and an advocate for children. And we believe that Fresno is a community of great talent and resource, and we're proud to be a part of the legacy of resilience and service in the African American community. I'm honored to stand here among all of you today. In 2018, with the help of Southeast Fresno's Holistic and Cultural Education Center, and also the help of Roosevelt High School students, Breakbox Thought Collective organized what was called Women for Black Girls, a socio-economically diverse, group of women of color who, through a series of meetings with a small cohort of Black girls, unpacked the experience of growing up Black in America. Our gatherings continue to sustain interest and monthly engagement, and we are now enjoying allyship across the gender spectrum. Quarterly gatherings became monthly, and as these convenings, you want to take it from here?
Quarterly gatherings became monthly. As these convenings continued, women and girls were called personal encounters with the school system, their peers, and public perceptions, which were impactful in their development. By joining their networks and pooling their resources, our community realized that the cultivation of financial and community resources could be a ray of hope in a contrast to the harsh realities of scarcity of school funds for Black youth, loss of businesses, and over-policing in our communities.
Hearing the strong echo of need, joy, and pain around growing up Black, the Fresno Black Girl Magic Project was born. Backed by a group of professional women, cultural brokers, and community leaders, the Fresno Black Girl Magic Project offers career competency, community connections, and best practices for coping with mental health and wellness.
In collaboration with the Fresno Arts Council and the California Endowment, Breakbox Thought Collective is proposing to create opportunities to address gaps in representation through media and performing arts activism. Using various modalities of healing arts and trauma-informed practices, various ways of knowing will be explored through a youth-generated magazine called Ashe Magazine. Through Ashe Magazine, we want to provide a platform for youth to stand in their power and process the African diasporic experience using editorial fashion layouts to make resistant statements as activists and articles to explore and share the skills they are learning within our wellness pathways. Please continue to stand with Black girls.
Thank you, Jamila. And it's my pleasure to declare today, February 13th, 2020, the Breakbox Thought Collective Day here in the city of Fresno. Madam Clerk, if you could please read this first proclamation for the record. You don't have it? Okay. Well, we'll get it up to you right after Councilmember Arias presents his.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. As the elder statesman between both of us, I now get to recognize the elder statesmen in our chambers. In order for us to know where we're going, we need to recognize where we've been. And I have the pleasure of recognizing all the ladies who, instead of retiring and going home and just watching TV, they rolled up their sleeves every year and feed more than thousands of our kids and clothe them and groom them and make sure that those kids in West Fresno, more than 1,000 each year, become top talent that you see to the right. So with that, I'd like to recognize the Link organization that's been doing this work for more than 42 years. I'd like to call the president up, Ms. Barral. Come on up and share with us what you guys have been doing for decades.
Thank you. We are very excited about this honor today. the key tenets of an organization is friendship and service. So our annual community dinner that we've been engaged in for over 20 years has reached out to, as you said, thousands, providing bikes, health screening, clothing, and food. And this is something that we're going to continue.
If I can have all the ladies from the link come on up. And it'd be nice to see the history, the strong history of women leadership in Fresno with the strong future leadership and current leadership of Fresno and the youth. Come on up, we'll do a couple of group photos. City Clerk, do you have the resolution? Go ahead.
Whereas the Links Incorporated is an international nonprofit corporation established in 1946, their membership consists of 16,000 professional women of color in 288 chapters located in 41 states. And whereas the Links Incorporated provides the framework for the implementation of impactful programs to address health disparities in children and adults. The Links Incorporated promotes programs that support youth education and development. And whereas the Links Incorporated are committed to enriching, sustaining, and ensuring the cultural and economic survival of the African American and other persons of African ancestry. And whereas the Fresno chapter of the Links Incorporated was chartered on June 12, 1977, the chapter has been recognized at local and national levels of the Links Incorporated, Volunteer Bureau of Fresno County, Sickle Cell Foundation of California, Trinity Health Center, and the United Negro College Fund. And whereas the Fresno chapter of the Links Incorporated supports the greater Fresno community by implementing programs and services to youth, health, and the arts. To date, the Fresno chapter has awarded over $250,000 in college scholarships. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members, in honor of Black History Month, do hereby proclaim the 13th day of February to be the Fresno chapter of the Links Incorporated Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you all for coming today.
Thank you all for coming here this morning.
Thank you, members of the public, the Links, and the youth for joining us this morning for Black History Month. Now, as we move on to the next portion of our agenda, council member reports and comments. Do we have anybody punched up? Council member Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Just want to remind folks, so I've been doing this now for 5 years, the Women of the Year of District 1. Want to remind folks that nominations are being accepted right now, so I know that there's a lot of phenomenal women in the city of Fresno doing amazing things. Please connect with my office to get an application and nominate those women that are doing instrumental work in our community. Thank you.
Any other council members have reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next portion. Next is a consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion? If the item's pulled, they'll be heard immediately after the contested consent calendar is approved. Councilmember Soria?
I mentioned it earlier, but I just wanted to make sure that 1I was pulled for discussion.
1I is registered. Councilmember Esparza?
Item 1D.
1D as in dog?
Correct.
1D is pulled from consent. Seeing no other items being pulled, do I have a... Oh. I have two more. Councilmember Carbasi?
Items 1N and 1E, please.
1N as in Nancy, 1E as in Edward. Are registered. Councilmember Butterfield?
Okay, let me just, see, all right. Which one? Oh, I'm gonna pull that. I'd like to pull 1G. 1K. K. And I'd like to register a no vote on 1Q.
Items 1G, 1K are noted as being pulled, and a registered no vote on 1Q. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So noted. Do I have a motion and a second to approve? Motion by Member Chavez. Is there a second to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Second by Member Butterfield. I'm going to go out to the public. Anybody in the public wish to speak to any of the items in the consent calendar? Do we have one? Okay, seeing no public comment, there's a motion, there's a second. Any opposition to approving the consent calendar as noted with those exemptions? Seeing none, the consent calendar is approved. Now we're going to take the items one by one that were pulled. 1I. Councilwoman Soria, is that yours?
Well, is the city manager or who?
Yeah, she's on her way.
So just I have a couple questions. So one, can you explain for the public's purpose, what is the Surplus Land Act? What is the process? How do we decide what surplus land is? And when do we determine that we can put it out to be sold? So that's the first question. The second question is, I noticed that one of them is Pride Park, and it is part of it is noted as part of the park's master plan. And so one of the things that I'm just want to note, how does it impact the issues that have been highlighted in the park's master plan when we have limited green space, especially in the southern portions of the city? How is that going to impact? I know that it's a small parcel, but we're always struggling to address the issue of parks. So if you could answer those two questions.
Aldi, would it be best if the city attorney take the Surplus Land Act question?
Yes.
Okay, city attorney's office, do you mind answering the first question, please?
Good morning, Council. Lori Favini, City Attorney's Office. The Surplus Land Act sets forth a procedure for selling land that the city no longer needs or has a use for, and it was amended effective the beginning of this year. So there's a new process. Previously, it was declared surplus at the staff level, but now it must be declared surplus at a public meeting by the council. And there are more specific rules we need to follow. So that's why it's coming before you. I believe at least two of these properties were previously declared surplus, and the letters have been sent out. Pride Park is coming before you as a new item, property to be declared surplus. But so it sets forth procedures. The city has to send out notices to various public agencies to offer them the property, and if no one is interested, then the city can move forward with disposing of the property.
So essentially, I could pick one of my parks and say, I'll determine it as, I want to make it surplus and therefore get rid of it? Is that kind of what the process allows for?
If the city no longer had a use for it, but so if we're using it for a park and it's operating in a park and it's still necessary as a park, then it wouldn't be determined surplus. But there are reasons why the city might determine a property is no longer needed for city purposes.
Okay, thank you.
In regards to your second question, I'd like to defer to Council President Arias. We've been working with his office on this item.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll be having very in-depth conversation on what is called right now Pride Park, which is basically a piece of grass with a couple of benches next to one of the biggest Head Starts in the city. The organization is planning to expand and improve the Head Start facility, including building a playground facility in that existing acre, or less than an acre. It's actually, I think, super small. But anyway, in order for us to even have a conversation about potentially partnering up with the Head Start organization to expand the Head Start, we first must follow the state rules and declare that it is surplus. The park now isn't big enough to warrant restrooms or any other amenities except for a couple of trees that are there. But this is the beginning of the process. We have one more community meeting that we have scheduled at Head Start with the residents nearby on the discussion on whether we move forward on declaring this surplus property and make it available for expansion of a Head Start and a playground. So that is be forthcoming once we get to that point.
So we declare it before we actually have the discussion if we should declare it? I'm kind of confused about the process because I get it that is maybe just a piece of grass or whatnot, but this is part of the park's master plan. And I get it that maybe they could develop it as a playground, but I'd like to see maybe a full-blown conversation happen before I can support declaring as surplus. I just want to make sure that we're very thoughtful and that this city and we get a kind of a heads up on what the plan is before I would declare a surplus. That's just what I would ask. It sets precedent when we're talking about park space and being able to just declare a surplus. So I get that it may be a phenomenal project, but I want to be able to see beforehand before I actually declare a surplus and move in that direction.
Sorry, I would just like to know, I additionally asked a question similar to that to the city attorney's office, and declaring it surplus land does not mean that we have to dispose of it. So in the event,
I get that, but once we move in that direction, it becomes easier to do it. So for today's purpose, I'd like to make a motion not to put it as surplus. I would like to figure out and maybe someone come and present to us as to what is the long-term plan.
So Member Soria, what we can do is table the item because the other properties would be the same thing. We haven't received their presentation yet on what would take place at Belmont and DeWitt. So if you'd like a presentation first on all the options for those properties, then I think that's fair.
Okay. I'd like to do that then.
Council President,
Thank you.
can I get some clarification? I just heard that Councilmember Soria would like to see a long-term plan for?
A long-term plan for the properties that we're considering declaring surplus. So in essence, we'd like to present to the council what are the options for those properties and why is it that the city would potentially determine them surplus. And I think that's a fair request. All right.
Thank you.
There's a motion to table. I'll second it. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item is tabled. Item 1D, as in David.
Yes, I pulled this item. Had a question for staff, and just to be transparent from the beginning here, I'm not very supportive of this item. Can you just, for the record, sort of explain to folks why, despite some of the projects being scored very highly in District 7 and the center of the city, despite their highest scores, why are they not being included as priority in this feasibility plan?
Good morning, council members and council president. My name is Viridiana, and with me I brought Kristen from Tool Design, who is a consultant, and I would like her to answer your question.
Good morning. So you may be familiar with the prioritization tool that the city adopted with the Active Transportation Plan of 2017, and that was a focus on making sure that improvements were really happening in disadvantaged communities. So at the start of this project, it was a Caltrans funded project. It was a grant that really focused on implementing the Active Transportation Plan, Class 1 trails in disadvantaged communities. So through this project, we did an extensive prioritization process using the city's prioritization tool and looked at a pretty comprehensive range of factors to make sure that the improvements would be selected in disadvantaged communities.
Okay, so, my district is the very center of Fresno. I got Central Fresno, some of Southeast Fresno. I don't think you answered the question for the record. Again, I think I had some pretty high scoring projects, and I don't see anything in my district that is included here in the 5 priority projects.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. I just wanted to add a quick note. Historically, really a very, very large and significant project in Council District 7 is the Midtown Trail. And so when we look at priority, that's really a fully funded project. And the highest priority, that's very well along. We have the Master Trails Agreement with the Irrigation District approved. Plans for that range from 90% to 30% depending upon segment, working through, and we are very, very eager to get that one into construction. What the council had approved a couple of years ago was really then looking at the unfunded projects and doing trail feasibility studies to figure out which side of the canal bank, what would it take to put these together. And these are 5 priority segments that did not have any actual design or construction funding with them. But nevertheless, the highest priority is what the council's approved, and it's very significant in District 7, District 4 to build the Midtown.
So you're saying the Midtown efforts are completely independent of this item here?
That is correct. These were segments that were not funded projects, and then enabling these to start positioning themselves with good planning to be able to capture future grant funding.
Okay, that's fine,
Hope
Scott.
that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
I don't think, I just wanted to say, if there's anything, I understand your concern being that you're centrally located. If there's anything that we can do from here on out to help you get more trails in your district, I'm completely open to that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, is there any opposition to item 1D? Seeing none, item 1D is approved unanimously. Item 1N as in Nancy. Member Carbasi. Member Carbasi, if you give me a second, I'd like to welcome our council colleague, Carpillo, to the stage. Thank you for coming back and feeling better. You have the floor, Member Carbasi.
Thank you. Just a quick question. By the way, staff was really great at answering my questions. You were very prompt, and I appreciate that. My understanding is with the contract we have in place, this is another extension because, let me find my notes here. Sorry.
1E.
Give me 1 second, I apologize. There we go. The SWRCB, which is an outside agency, they've had some staffing issues, so this has been delayed. Now, I know that we currently have enough enterprise money in place from, I believe, public utilities to fund the extra work, correct?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
To take the project to completion, there's
Got it.
sufficient funding.
What I just want to make sure is that we don't have to allot even any more enterprise money just because they weren't on time. And if that's going to happen, that we're going to seek compensation from them because it was their delay. Because I'm sure if we did the same thing and we were delayed, they do the same thing to us, and I want to make sure that we're not wasting, we're carefully spending taxpayer money.
Absolutely. Brock Buki, Assistant Director of Public Utilities, by the way, good morning. With all the transitions that are happening in the State and Water Resources Control Board Division of Drinking Water, the project has been on suspension as far as our consultant working on it. And so there have been no incurred cost while we wait for them to bring staff on and review the document at hand. So there's no additional or extra expenditures right now.
So there's no extra expenditures because we have money in place for this, correct?
We do have money. Once we get comments back from the water board, the consultant has sufficient funding to address any questions they may have, and then we can finalize the document.
Okay, so I know we have the funding in place, but will there be any extra expense whatsoever incurred because of the personnel problems with the outside agency?
No.
Okay, then I move to approve. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Member Capriolio. Any opposition? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Item 1E, I believe that's Member Bredefield? Member Carvalsi? You have the floor.
I defer to Councilmember Bredefeld. I pulled the wrong item.
Oh, okay. So one of the concerns that I have on this is the Marjorie Mason funding. And I've talked to you about this, H, so we can talk about this if you want to put the chart up.
Brianna.
Is that what you're doing?
Brianna. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be helpful if he went through his presentation that he's prepared?
Sure, whatever
Yeah.
you
H,
prefer.
would you like
Can we
to do
actually
that?
do something before that? Can we have everybody who wants to speak to this item address this in public comment first? That was the way we get all the questions up front, and then H can address them.
Absolutely.
We have Pamela Hancock, Nora, Charity, Jonas, Dez, and Brandy. You'd each have 3 minutes to address the council on this item. Thank you, council, for your patience.
I'm not that short. Good morning, City Council and Council President. My name is Pamela Hancock, and I'm representing our homeless students and families in the school districts. And I know there's been a lot of discussion. I won't claim that I understand everything about housing, but I do understand homelessness with our educational realm. It is a difference. We have HUD definition of homelessness, and that is literally unsheltered. Our homeless education definition of homelessness, it could be doubled up, or it could be out on the streets. It could be a hotel, motel. I just want to make sure that we are designating money in this area that maybe we consider not just a HUD definition, but an educational definition, and that we make note that there are many families that are not being counted as homeless because of that definition. I don't have much more to say than that, but just really to be aware. We know that if a child does not receive a diploma, they're 4.5 times more likely to become homeless. Now, this would be a prevention, not just an intervention, of housing our homeless families. And you have to understand that our homeless students, their graduation rate is only 59% here in Fresno County. That's about 25% less than our general student population. Thank you.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes.
How do you know what the number is for homeless children in Fresno, in the city of Fresno? Do you have any?
As far as students, just a little over 4,800 students. Now, that's not something that HUD or the PIT count would be counting. PIT count was actually fantastic, the FMCOC. They did include several questions on children to get a better idea of what our population looks like.
Okay, so you're saying there are 4,800 in the city of Fresno?
That are students.
Students.
That is not counting our 0 to 5 population.
Okay. And
countywide, yes.
Countywide. Oh, okay. And you don't know how to how that can be differentiated with city versus county, I imagine.
I don't count. We're county, Fresno County Superintendent of Schools,
Yeah.
and so we take in every single district, and they do the count.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that answering your question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nora? Nora? Charity? You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good morning, President Arias, members of the council. My name is Charity Susnick, and I serve as the Director of Development Communications for the Marjorie Mason Center. As an agency, we're appreciative of the financial support we receive from the City of Fresno through ESG, CDBG funds, and most recently through HEAP funds, which has provided 2 family rooms in the Fresno Safe House, one for a family of 4 and one for a larger family of 8. In 2019, MMC served 7,500 adults and children, which is a 25% increase from 2018, not including the number of individuals served in our education and prevention programs. For nearly 6 months of 2019, in addition to the 162 beds of safe housing that we provide, MMC was housing as many as 25 additional families in motels because they were in immediate danger and there was no space to place them in our city. Fresno Police Department has also voiced a similar increase in domestic violence incidents, with an estimated 9,000 calls in 2019, an increase of nearly 30%. There were 9 domestic violence incidences in Fresno County, which resulted in death. Annually, MMC's emergency safe house operations cost about $2 million to run, but it's a critical first step in providing safety, transformation, and hope that ultimately changes the trajectory of life for the children and the adults we serve. On any given day, 2/3 of our safe house residents are children ages 0 to 17. We know that there are many concerns facing our great city, with homelessness being at the top of the list. The reality is an adult faced with staying in a violent home or risking their children living on the street will, to their detriment, usually always choose to stay in the violence, putting themselves and their children at great risk. On behalf of those families, I implore you to choose to not only keep family services in the HAP joint funding plan, but to increase it to a level that adequately addresses the need. I implore you to help make a safer and brighter tomorrow for thousands of domestic violence victims and survivors who proudly call Fresno their home. Thank you.
Question for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, can we just hold off on the questions after
Hold
public
on.
comment?
Okay.
And then we can call the providers up if we have questions. Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield. Jonas, you have the floor. And then Brandy and Des afterwards.
Good morning, council members. Jonas Paulos, I represent the homeless veterans. Yes, we have lots of them. They suicide 22 a day. And we have a lot of crises. We have the mentally ill. We have domestic violence, women fleeing domestic violence into homelessness, foster care, children. It's pretty sad. We're in crisis, and we need to work together to solve this. And we've done some good things, and let's not just warehouse them. I'm against that, putting 400, 500 in tents. It's inhumane. These are human beings. These are veterans, some of them. We need to take them maybe like 50 to 70 at a time, so we can transition them with social services and mental health, because it takes a lot of work, and we don't have the workers to do that task. And last year, there were 44,000 homeless that visited community hospital. So we're in trouble. So we need to work together, and we need to resolve this, all of us together. Thank you.
Des Martinez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I wanted to speak on the funding that is that's being given to all the triage centers and stuff. Why hasn't nobody thought about a family shelter? Just a family shelter for the women and children experiencing either domestic violence, or just for the homeless women and children that are out here on the streets with or without the father. We're spending a lot of money on the triage centers. We're spending a lot of money on other things, and why are we ignoring that we have 5,000 kids in the school systems that are experiencing homelessness? And one thing about the PIT count is that they don't include motels. If you go to the motels on Motel Drive and on Blackstone, you have hundreds of children and families living in these motels. But still, we're ignoring the fact that we need more domestic violence shelters. We need more family shelters. If we're going to be throwing money at triage shelters, one of the triage shelters should be a family shelter, because there will be an abundance of families coming. They're seeking shelter at family members' house that are abusive. They're not going home until late at night. when the family member has fallen asleep or passed out drunk. Then they get up first thing in the morning and they come back out to the street with their children. There are kids that are not being recognized by Fresno School District that are homeless. They fall through the cracks. How? I don't know. But this is a lot of the money that a lot of people are talking about. We're doing triage shelters, triage shelters, triage shelters. We need to really dig in and find out if they're working first before we start giving more money to them, and at least have one of them turn it into a family shelter. Why are we forgetting about the children? We need more money focusing on domestic violence here in Fresno, California, because it's not that more domestic violence is happening, it's more women are speaking up, and they're getting out of the situation now that they've been in for 5, 10, 15 years. Because there are more programs out there, there are more resources, there are more advocates out there speaking on women's rights. So women are feeling more comfortable to come out and say something, but there's no resource for them. They're gonna end up like me. Experiencing domestic violence, I went to the Fresno Police Department. I did everything I was supposed to do. The DA rejected my filing. Therefore, because Marjorie Mason Center was full, I went back to my abuser. And this is what every single woman in Fresno, California is doing, and this is what you guys as city leaders are showing, that we're ignoring the children and the women that are out here on the streets. We're ignoring them. If we want sex trafficking to stop, let's open up more domestic violence so they don't go back to their abuser, so they're not put back out on the street. Let's do something with the money with that. Family shelters are really, really big. Listen to the Fresno Unified School District on how many homeless children are in the system, and let's start focusing on helping these children. These children are our future of Fresno, and the only way to end homelessness is with affordable housing. That's the only way to end it. More and more money sitting to triage shelters. We need them, yeah, temporarily. We don't need permanent triage shelters. We should be seeing a lot of more people having safe exits.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Randy, you have the floor.
I want to agree with, thank you so much for the efforts that you're doing. I want to agree with those who spoke before about that, having come across many families, including one that's trying to figure out what to do next that have contacted me. I agree. I think that I also want to suggest, I thank you that you're adding more to youth shelter, but we have a lot of youth and they're particularly vulnerable to exploitation, to abuse, to other things. So in considering that, I would like to suggest looking deeply into how to be able to increase shelters for youth. I also want to piggyback on the idea of seeing looking more deeply into how they can be more effective through assessment. I saw the rate in which people found long-term, but I know that you guys are working so hard to make sure that you have the most effective shelters, so I wanted to suggest doing ongoing assessment and include the people who would know better in the way that we wouldn't about that, and contacting the residents and looking at ways to be able to do assessment through there. Because they would be able to know about the strengths, the weaknesses, the failures, the successes of this while they're in it, why they leave, why they might have to leave. So some of my suggestions is having a place where people can contact to be able to express concerns. If they're expressing any abuses, if they're expressing any things that are like, this is problematic, that they can be able to get a hold of have a place to be able to contact outside of the shelter, and also doing possibly doing surveys, doing other things to be able to just seeing ways that you can give a voice to those who are residents, maybe inviting residents to be part of the committee and be able to give feedback, because I know that we are trying to learn from past things, and a lot of the good positive changes that have happened have come from listening to those who are most effective and those who are living there. So I'd like to ask that you would consider these things, and also consider ways to be able to improve that through considering effective assessment and including the street family members, those who are either in or outside the shelters, in these discussions on a deeper level, to be able to get more information about ways that things that are working and things that need to be improved, but also give them a voice if there is any problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll return to staff. H, you have the floor for your presentation on this item.
Thank you, Brianna.
And after you present, the floor will be turned over to Member Bertefield, then Carbalsi.
Great. Council President, council members, it's a privilege to be here to talk to you today about our city's most vulnerable population. I also want to acknowledge the subcommittee made up of Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Bredefeld, and Councilmember Soria, the subcommittee on homelessness. Thank you for your work on this and for joining together. Today we also have with us Supervisor Magzig, who is our county partner, who would like to speak to this issue a little later on, and also Sonia De La Rosa, who works for the county administrative officer and is my counterpart in working on the planning for this complicated but important set of resources. I'm going to draw your attention, please, to the screen. And we've got a short presentation here. Thank you, Councilmember Soria, for coaching me on one of the slides. You're going to see that in just a moment. By the way, Councilmember Soria is the Governor Newsom's appointee to the Homeless Task Force for the state. So we are tied in that way as well. The purpose of this funding, the HAP funding, which stands for Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, is to provide immediate emergency assistance to people experiencing homelessness in the community. As you know, homelessness is a symptom of a much larger societal challenge that involves at least 7 different societal stress points. One is situational homelessness, mental health issues, domestic violence, post-traumatic stress disorder in our veterans, substance abuse, prisoner reentry, lack of affordable housing. All of these things flow into the whole issue of homelessness and make it very important that we work with all of our service providers and institutions in the community to address these, since it is a complicated issue. We're asking for 2 actions today. One is to approve a joint service plan for HAP funding. This service plan is being simultaneously approved by Fresno County, Madera County, the Fresno-Madera Continuum of Care, as well as your council. And secondly, we're asking that you approve the city's application for $6,158,246 in HAP funding. And as it would, as these things go, the deadline for that funding application is tomorrow. So we're right on time. The next page is deals with where this funding comes from. HAP is Governor Newsom's second wave of funding for homelessness. The first wave was under Governor Brown, and our mayor, Mayor Brand, joined with big city mayors from throughout California to approach Governor Brown and then Governor Newsom, saying that the cities need relief in terms of this whole issue of homelessness. So the first wave of funding came down. You recall it's $12 million split between the COC and the city. This wave of funding is for $11 million split between the COC, the city, and 2 counties, Fresno and Madera. And those amounts are there indicated for you in yellow. The joint service plan, the state requires regional coordination in developing these plans, which is only wise. The joint service plan is being simultaneously, as I mentioned, approved by the 4 partners, the partner institutions. It allocates the total $11.8 million. It calls for the expenditure of HAP funds over 2 years, July 21st through June 2023. And it provides 2 years additional funding for most programs that were previously funded under HEAP. As the planning for this took place, it was the question was, how do we best invest these precious resources in a way that's going to have the greatest impact? And the choice was to continue the programs that were funded under HEAP. So let me just go through those, because the question then becomes, are the programs being effective? These programs began to be implemented in summer and early fall of last year. So we've got basically a quarter or a third of a year under our belt in terms of track record. And it's great to be able to report that our triage centers, the 4 sites that for a total of 127 beds, actually have a 98% utilization. In the 3 to 4 months that they've been operating, there's 303 unduplicated participants with 204 exits. 65% of those exits are a safe exit, 34% are actually to permanent housing. And those are high numbers compared to other programs in other parts of the state. That's because a careful consideration was made by our network of homeless service providers in designing triage centers that are low barrier, 90-day, intense case management, and measured in terms of the outcomes, in terms of the number of folks that actually move through, off of the streets, through the triage centers, into safe exits, housing. Domestic violence housing, we have 100% bed utilization, 18 unduplicated participants, and 9 exits. Bridge housing, 95% utilization, 48 unduplicated participants, 18 exits. And DV housing, by the way, has 100% of those moving into safe exits. Bridge housing, 65% connected to safe exit, very high percentage compared to other parts of the state. We have outreach, navigation, and diversion services that are also noted there. So one of the things that we wanted to take a crack at was what does this mean? In terms of these figures, what could be the possible impact of these investments over the rest of 2020? And so you see those numbers. These are very rough. You notice I use words like potential, rough, estimates, and also acknowledge other factors. But if the results that we've had now continue through 2020, it is possible for us to have as many as 612 exits, with 399 being to safe exits, and 207 being transitioned to permanent housing out of triage centers. For domestic violence housing, through our partnership with Marjorie Mason Center, we can look at 27 people seeing safe exits to permanent housing. And bridge housing, 16 folks, navigation, 96 folks, and diversion, 120. This slide here is the budget for the joint spending plan that we are participating with the 2 counties and the COC. And we can ask and answer questions about this later, but this is essentially what we're asking you to approve today. And then finally, the Council Subcommittee on Homelessness approved the HAP Joint Service Plan and application requesting some modifications. Number one, that we add 18 additional shelter beds, that would be triage beds, and that beginning July 2021, we locate 55 of the beds outside of District 3 in an intent to begin to decentralize some of our shelter services. Agreement and or amendments for these services will be brought to council for approval at a later date. So that's important for you to note. Although we are entering into joint planning and an allocation strategy for these funds, we are not giving up the city's responsibility in terms of procurement. So all of the contracts that relate to the expenditure of these funds will be coming back before council. And then finally, future considerations. Between now and June, we will be working with the council subcommittee and community partners to consider the state's 2021 budget. The governor has indicated that as much as $750 million will be set aside for homelessness, which would be a third wave of resources coming towards us in the future. So that's my presentation. Those are just to reiterate, the 2 actions that we're requesting. One is to approve the joint service plan for HAP funding, and secondly, to approve the city's application for $6,158,246.
Thank you, H. If we can have our guests from the county address us at this point, and then we'll go to questions from the council. Supervisor Magzik, welcome to Fresno Chambers.
Thank you. It's a short walk from my office. Council members, Council President, thank you for having me for a few moments today. And I wanted to just speak to where we've been over the course of the last 12 months. And I'm very pleased that we have taken a regional approach to homelessness. And I recognize that homelessness doesn't have a single face. Individuals who become homeless are affected by many different things. And so with that, we need to work regionally and collaboratively, and we have done that the last 12 months. So I want to say thank you. Looking at where we've been, we have both jurisdictions, the county as well as the city of Fresno, have adopted a 14-point plan. We are in the midst of trying to implement that 14-point plan. Recently as well, Street to Home has been reconstructed. We had our first meeting, Street to Home meeting on Monday, and we're in the process of coming up with articles of incorporation and kind of putting skin on the bones of that entity so we can begin to apply for funding, speak with one voice, and really give as much as possible to the homeless individuals that are here throughout not only Fresno County, but Madera County too. And so I wanted to speak to just some of the comments that I heard. I agree with many of the speakers, specifically dealing with the number of homeless students that Fresno County is having to deal with, roughly 4,800 homeless students. I know one of the challenges we have with the current funding that we're receiving is it's my understanding that we have to follow federal guidelines as it relates to how homelessness is defined. So one of the things that Street to Home is doing, and at our first meeting we had on Monday, is we gave instruction to staff to reach out to the schools, and Jim Yovino, the superintendent of Fresno County Schools, is a part of this Street to Homes group, is we need to broaden our definition of what homelessness is. And even if we need to go out and apply for dollars, whether they be private dollars or other grant funds that may be out there to get at the homeless problem that we have in our schools, we need more flexibility with funding. So I appreciate some of the comments that individuals made representing schools, and I want to assure folks that schools are at the table, and that is a component that we're working on right now. Looking at the particular expenditure plan, which is on the board, was on the board in front of you, the Board of Supervisors approved this plan. Something I want to point out, the 18 additional beds, triage beds that are going to be added are going to be in the more rural areas, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilmember Arias, but you specifically expressed an interest making sure that as beds are added, that they not be concentrated in one area. They need to be spread out through the county, and we did hear that, and of course, that's what those 18 beds represent. As well, Marjorie Mason Center is going to be getting an additional allocation of $45,000, which is not a lot, but we believe that there's going to be additional funding that's going to come to Marjorie Mason Center, because clearly looking at victims of domestic violence, looking at individuals in our community that are the subject of human trafficking, it's proliferated the landscape here, and so we cannot ignore those individuals. So I wanted to come here today to not only thank you for working with the county and really looking at homelessness through the lens of a regional approach, but also I just wanted to share with you my support of this particular item, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any questions from the council?
I just want to commend Supervisor Magzi, because he's been leading an effort from the county side. I know you've got a lot of different cities you're working with, and I just think you've been doing a phenomenal job and want to recognize that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Soria?
Thank you, Council President, and just thank you, Supervisor. You don't have to stay up there. Mine are going to be more comments, because I've had an opportunity to work with folks on the committee and with the administration on kind of the outcome that we are going to be voting on today. A couple things that I wanted to say. One, thank you for highlighting the fact that there are additional 18 beds that are going to be outside and looking at the rural communities. I don't think we want to be in the situation where Stockton and Tracy were, right, in the last week, where Tracy is shipping their homeless to Stockton. And so we know that homelessness exists across the county, so there are rural homelessness issues as well, and we're hoping that those 18 beds are accessible to the folks in that area rather than bringing them into the city of Fresno. Additionally, I wanted to just, for the folks that are here supporting and adding their comments about what should we continue to do, how should we invest and tackle this issue. I hope that you guys stay for the carryover, because there are a couple $1 million that are being proposed for affordable housing. So today, we're looking at a stopgap. It's not a permanent fix. This issue is greater than the $11.8 million that we're going to get over the next 2 years. And I believe that the city of Fresno, that this body has a tremendous responsibility to build more affordable housing in our community, in every corner of the city, not just concentrated in one district or in just 2 districts, but across the city. So I hope that as we get serious about talking about how we not just prevent, not how we just deal with the current population that is experiencing homelessness, both families, children, single people, students, community college students that I personally know, that we really talk about the long-term solution. And I think that this goes for also the county together. So we need a regional approach to building more housing in our community. That's the bottom line. That's what's going to help us also address the permanent solution to the crisis that we have before us. So I hope, as I mentioned, to those of you that are in the audience here supporting this piece, that you guys will stay and support the affordable housing piece, because that's another component to addressing and tackling the issue of homelessness in our community. And then lastly, I just want to make sure that I know that comments were made about families and children. That is a priority. We made sure that that was a priority the first round that we allocated dollars, and I know that I'm committed, and I'm sure majority of the council members are committed also to make sure that families and children are a priority as we are trying to tackle this issue. So the last thing that I will say, that as we're trying to address, I know that we talked about 5,000 children in Fresno County. We also need to lobby our federal government to make sure that we change the definition so that we better serve these students. I know that the president's going to be visiting the Central Valley, so I hope those that are going to be going to his event can lobby him, because that's the problem that we're facing from the federal government. We need to change the definition so that we can properly address the complete homelessness population that we have in this city. With that, I would like to make a motion to approve the recommendation that we have before us.
I'll second that. All right, now let's get to the council on questions. Councilmember Bredefield, Carbasi, Chavez, in that order. You have the floor, Councilmember Bredefield.
Thank you. So as I was saying, my concern only with this spending plan is that it looks like Marjorie Mason hasn't been funded fiscal year 22-23, and that they have to apply for those funds. That's correct. Okay, so I want them to be funded similarly as
Can you come to the mic? Sorry, Bredefield.
That's okay.
Just want to make sure everything's on the record here.
Yeah, I mean, we have funded triage, bridge, youth, rapid rehousing diversion, but we left out Marjorie Mason. And if that's an oversight on my part, I'll accept the responsibility for that. But I want them to be funded, as opposed to, I think you're saying they need to apply for the funding.
So there's a couple of ways to, just by way of background, Marjorie Mason Center, under the first wave of funding, which is called HEAP, received $118,463, and that's for a 22-month allocation.
Mm-hmm.
If, in order to see that level of allocation, right now they are set for 45,366. I think I can read that.
Right.
Right now, so there'd be a difference there. There's 2 ways that you can remedy this. One is that you can allow Marjorie Mason to apply for some of those funds in the blue area right up at the top there under triage, because they are a shelter and they're providing the important function of emergency shelter beds. And my sense is, as they were competitive in applying for family services, they would be also very competitive for applying for those funds. The second thing you can do is you can give special preference to Marjorie Mason Center and create a carve-out to assure that they are funded by saying at this point that you would go ahead and act on the motion that Councilmember Soria has put forward, but also adopt a resolution as a council, or however we do that, City Attorney, to set aside a portion of those funds for allowing Marjorie Mason Center to continue the services they're providing under HEAP in the out years at the same level that they are now.
Okay, I appreciate that. I understand that. And could I ask the Marjorie Mason representative a couple questions? And then I would like to see if the council would support a motion with that. So you had mentioned that the safe houses are costing you $2 million. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're going to receive $45,000 in 21-22. Is that enough?
No.
Okay. What is it that you're needing? Have you sat down with Mr. Spies to work out what it is you might need to additional funding? I mean, obviously, everybody feels that they're not
Right.
getting enough funding. Have you met with Mr.
To date, we have not been invited to have an additional conversation until yesterday. Actually, toward the end of day yesterday, we did not realize the $45,000 was even there moving forward. What we had been actually told as of Tuesday was that there was no money for us as of June 30th, 2021. So, while we're appreciative that we see the $45,000 up there, that is not an adequate number for 21-22 or moving forward. I think Nicole, she was actually unable to be here. Our executive director, Nicole Linder, she had to step out for another presentation today trying to work on funding. But we would look forward to a conversation that we could have with the mayor's office, with members of the council that are serving on this, to be able to more readily identify the funds that we actually need that will help our services.
Okay. And so if the council allocates, let's say, $50,000 for 22-23, can they still apply for more funding beyond that?
Yes.
Okay, so they can. Okay, so I don't know if Councilmember Carbasi, you and I talked about this. Do you want to make a motion? Because for me, I want to fund them for 22-23, and then they know that they can have conversations with Mr. Spies and then apply for additional funding, but I don't want to not fund them. That's my holdup with supporting this today.
So if I can have the floor for a moment,
Yes.
I'm going to ask a couple questions, and I'm going to make a motion
Okay.
covering what you're talking about. So I want to thank Christy and Des for speaking about this. You talked about domestic violence, which is also one of the inflows to homelessness. I've been on a lot of calls with law enforcement, and you have someone that finally wants to stand up and get help, but if they have nowhere to go, they can't go to a relative's house. They're afraid their attacker is going to come harm them or their children. It's also, having available beds for domestic violence victims is also a tool for our law enforcement to be able to truly complete those calls. So my understanding, though, is Hacienda and Turning Point do have family shelters for families, but when it comes to domestic violence, there's a unique need. And I appreciate you, H, for talking to me about this. I want to make sure, like my colleague, that we do have allocated support, and I want to make things whole with the Marjorie Mason Center moving forward. So what I would like to do is to make a motion to continue funding the Marjorie Mason Center through this program and allocating money for them. And if you want to elaborate a little bit on how we can do that while keeping this in balance. But I also want to include in the RFP for these additional 18 beds, and I want to ask the subcommittee on this, I want language that talks about domestic violence victims so that people can bid on this process specifically to address victims of domestic violence and their families. Do you want to add anything, Dr. H?
So, like I said, I think the two options that council has are to allow Marjorie Mason Center to receive the $45,000 that they have been designated to receive under this HAP budget, and to apply for an additional $80,000 or $90,000 to flesh out their current expenditure for another 2 years under the 18 new beds under triage. What that basically does is it says that we're asking Marjorie Mason Center to participate in an RFP process that goes out to the community at large, and where basically they are in competition with other organizations that are applying for these scarce resources. The other option that you have is to look at the 395,000 and some change for 2 years under that line item called Add Regional Triage, and you can carve out a portion of that to make to do what you want to do relative to Marjorie Mason Center. What that is, that's a preferential option for Marjorie Mason Center, and it would basically be a carve-out.
So H, if you would please, I just got to go to legal counsel on this. What we're doing today is allocating money for buckets of work.
Right.
What they're asking for is for us to guarantee them money outside of the regular RFP process that would be required for everyone else. What you're suggesting is where to get the money for that guarantee carve-out. I want to be very cautious that if we do an RFP, we're supposed to open it up to everyone who provides services. If we're saying intentionally on the record that we're already decided who's going to get the money, is going to undermine the integrity of that RFP process. So legal counsel, can you walk us through the item today? Like, are we being asked to set aside money for categories and then give the green light on the RFP process?
Well,
I wasn't done with Dr. H.
I know, but I need
Yeah,
clarification
I know,
from
but
Doug.
I have the floor, sir.
Doug, go ahead really quick.
Council member, if I could just a moment. What we have done here, for instance, under the first 3 line items, POV, Turning Point, and Mental Health Services, we've basically recommended through this budget that we extend their current contracts under HEAP for 2 years. What we could do is place Marjorie Mason Center in that category and just simply extend their specific contract for 2 years.
Again, you're asking about a specific vendor.
Right.
I'm talking about what's the process for putting contracts out to bid, and can we identify ahead of time what vendor we want to get the money?
I'll ask Brandon to answer that question, and I want to get clarity on where we are procedurally here, too. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hello? So there is a difference between extending a contract and actually providing for, which will provide additional money, as opposed to what is provided for here. So there is a minor difference. I see the general concern that you have, but there would be a proper way to amend the contract and yet also potentially go out to an RFP later. As long as the contract was related to existing services, that they're already performing, you could extend their contract, and that wouldn't have a legal effect that you were talking about earlier, and you could also conduct an RFP later.
Brandon, what exactly is the council approving today?
They are approving the plan that is outlined in this document here, as well as the ability for staff to provide for a grant, to apply for a grant from the state.
Thank you. Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Great, thought I had it the first time. Okay, so Dr. H, I just want to make something clear. You mentioned that we provide some funding for about 27 beds for domestic violence victims through Marjorie Mason, is that correct?
Yes.
But we don't actually pay for the facility or the beds themselves. It's funding they use to help house 27 people. Is that correct?
Well, and I think that the way it works right now is basically the funding that we have provided under HEAP basically covers the cost of 2 rooms in the Marjorie, and one with 8 beds, and one for 4 beds. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern, and we can talk about legal semantics, but I'm not going to let that get in the way of supporting women and children at risk. I'm not going to play that game. I want to vote to support this, and there's lots of reasons why people end up homeless. I think a lot of us go to the Marjorie Mason Center's events and we tout how we love their organization. I want to show how much we love their organization and what they do and Marjorie Mason's legacy. So I would like some kind of language to be in here or extending the contract so we don't leave any segment of homeless victims behind. I don't think we're trying to pick and choose. I think there's a false assumption that because they're a 501c3, they have all this money coming in. They compete with lots of other organizations to get help, but they offer a very, very unique service to our community, and I'd like a commitment from the city to support them. And I'd like my colleagues to kind of put our money where our mouth is and do the same. Thank you.
Member Chavez, you have the floor.
So everybody that spoke is actually correct. But and I'm going to be honest with the community because I think we're at that point. I've been here almost 10 years and I've seen this conversation go back and forth many, many times. And I think it's no secret of the scrutiny that I put a lot of the vendors last time around with regards to performance, with regards to the track record. And that's one of the things that I actually want to come back today to highlight again. We're spending, by our own numbers here, $11.8 million that we just had allocated. Continuum of Care is putting in 2.9. The city of Fresno is putting $6.1 million. The county of Fresno is putting 2.3, and the county of Madera is putting $411,000. So you look at that math and you look at the last point in time count, I believe it was 2,500 folks that we identified, which I think there's consensus that there are many, many, many more out there that we didn't. So I want folks to wrap their minds around that. So we're spending $11.8 million, 2,500 folks. That breaks down to $4,739 per person. I don't think there's anybody in this chamber that thinks that we're going to put a big dent in this conversation with $4,739 per person. So here's where I'm going with this. So we have an you and I had this very honest conversation in the back where the nature of calls that the city of Fresno receives for homeless problems of more along the lines of the nuisance piece, right? There's an encampment here, there's folks here urinating, they just passed out because they're using drugs. And so my question is, how does this plan fit into the types of calls that we get as council members? And I want to be supportive, and I understand the conversation. And I think when we go into the piece where, well, we want to support women and children. We also want to support the chronic homeless. We also want to support the folks on substance abuse and mental health. Like, everybody's right? But what we're really doing, and I know you have that phrase in here, is we're essentially triaging our resources and how to best spend them, right, and get the best bang for the buck. So walk me through how, as council member from District 5 or 3 or 1 or 2 or 4 gets a call for these types of, issues that we have, how does this plan help us respond to that? Just walk us through that.
So if you look at this slide right here, this basically projects what our potential reduction in homelessness could be over 2020. So in other words, if we have 400 people moving off the streets into safe housing as a result of triage, and then those other numbers, 27, 16, 96, and 120 as a result of those other services, that has the potential to reduce the total number of homeless folks on our streets. And that's based on current outcomes over the last 3 to 4 months. We'll be reporting back to the council in terms of those actual specific numbers. So that's the big picture. But your question, council member, is a great question. And I would just say this, that for instance, with triage centers, that means we now have a tool to get people, leverage people off of the streets because they're low barrier and they're intense case management. What these figures don't show is the fact that Chief Hall has in his budget right now close to $750,000 every year just for the homeless task force. And in addition to that, sanitation has another $300,000 a year for a total of about $1 million a year that our city is investing in responding to those nuisance issues. What I see as the potential and what we are committed to do is to strengthen those connections between your code teams, in your new code teams in your district, the homeless task force, the outreach that we fund through and the triage centers, so that we aren't just moving people, that we're strategically identifying those hot spots in each district and leveraging those folks across the city, off of the streets, gradually through these triage centers and the other options here to reduce homelessness citywide.
So with that being said, how does the Ninth Circuit ruling that says that you cannot remove an individual if you don't have a bed come into play for this plan? Because what I'm seeing here, it's 127 beds, and then I think an additional 50, is it 55?
Yes, yeah. Well, no, it's an additional 18.
18.
So that's a great question. And the reason it's a great question is when you look at the utilization rates, we're at 98, 100, 95% utilization rate. So your point is that, I mean, I think we're full.
Right.
We're full. But we are,
that's exactly my point. I think this is the part that the city
is,
doesn't understand. Regular residents don't understand how our hands are tied when we get calls. What I want to do out of this, and I'm just going to bottom line it because I'm not known for being long-winded, and I don't think people want to hear me. And I'm just saying that so that my friends keep in mind today that brevity is our friend today. So let's keep it under that umbrella. Part of what I want for this conversation, H, is I want us to be able to have a data dashboard that says you're processing 100 or 200 folks that are coming into this model. I want to actually see some results, some performance goals, and that's the data dashboard. I've been very upfront with that.
Yeah.
If I don't see that in the RFP, I'm not going to support it. And I know we're doing the two-step, ones to allow you to apply for the $6 million, but the other piece is this conversation. I think for us, we need to have that performance goal measurements in there. And we also, and I'm being very upfront, we need to have an opt-out clause. If this isn't working, because part of the heartache I have is for us to commit 5 years of funding in 2 years, right? So you look at that budget that you put up there, after 23, 24, there's no funding there. So what do we do as a city, as a county, as this collaborative when there's no money? Right?
Note my silence.
Right, and that's for a reason. And so I want to flag this for folks because I think they need to know what we're dealing with, and there's a perception sometimes that there's a ton of money and we have all these resources, but for us, we need to be very strategic about how we spend this dollar. So let me just wrap up with performance goal measurements. I want to see how many folks we're processing, how many of them actually gone out to, housing or services. And then 2, I want to have an opt-out clause, so if there's not performance, the city has the option of terminating the service agreement for that. So with that, I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Caprillo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with Member Chavez's comments. And what I mean by that, in the most brevity manner possible, my calls from my constituents want services. They call us, we try to provide that service the next day, the next day, the next day. The vagrant, homeless person is on that same corner begging. He's on that same backyard with his little tent, etc. So we don't have the ability to tell our constituents, yes, there's 13, 15, 18, $20 million on the table. They're saying, look, can you just help us out in the neighborhood? Can we just have something here? And it's not happening. So that's the frustration for me as a council member. And I hope with the additions from Member Chavez that we can fill those gaps so I can tell my people what exactly is happening. And then once we do make the move, we did that recently with FID and CHP along Highway 41. Within a week or two, they come back. So I don't know how to solve that, but that is the primary issue for me. All this other stuff, I understand, I get it, but I don't see the results in District 4 that I have to provide to those who have put their trust and faith in me as their elected leader. So with that, I'll yield the floor back to
Thank you,
the President.
Councilmember Capriolio. I do have a few questions. Just as a reminder to the council, a year ago, after significant work with the County of Fresno and the COC, who is equally responsible for attacking the homeless issue, this body agreed to a regional plan. In that regional plan, we also agreed for the first time, thanks to Councilmember Chavez's work, to put performance measures in each of these contracts. And we asked, do not come back asking for more money until you can demonstrate that you performed and seen the success. We also ensured that it was a citywide and a county-wide strategy. And the reason we did all those things is because historically the city would just give out homeless funds like if it was candy to agencies without ever asking for performance measures. And I struggle with that reality because we've been giving millions of dollars every year to a handful of agencies in this city to provide services to the homeless. And to their credit, they have provided those services. But as a city, we have not seen that collective impact that looks where there's less people on the streets when we drive by. I have a significant concern with going away from that county and city joint strategic plan and going back to the old system of carving out specific money before we even do the RFP process, before they can demonstrate a full year worth of performance or the performance for the contract time that we awarded them. So I have concerns with that. We all recognize the value of the Marjorie Mason Center and the EOC Youth Shelter and Poverello House and the Rescue Mission and the 10 other organizations that serve our homeless, most of them without any city resources. So I want to caution us with starting to do carve-outs before we get to see the full picture of the contract that we gave them. The organizations under contract now still have money till 2021, is that correct, H?
Correct.
Till 2021. There'll be an RFP process. Under the last RFP process, Marjorie Mason Center was successful in receiving resources. So were there other agencies? If they perform, which I suspect they will be recommended for award. I'd rather just caution us with doing carve-outs because it doesn't limit them getting other city resources. Last year, we gave them more than $500,000 to renovate their kitchen facilities. The only agency in the city to receive that level of money for any capital improvements. The love that we have for the Marjorie Mason Center is unprecedented in terms of the money that we've given them so far and the money that I suspect we'll continue to give them in future years. I do have a question for the Marjorie Mason Center in particular. How much money did you get from the County of Fresno for your facility in the last year? Do you know?
About 50,000.
About 50,000?
I'm looking at my director of finance, yes.
What about from the Sheriff's Department? How much money have they given you in the last year?
Join me, Marcus.
Come on, Marcus, come on up here. Welcome to the Fresno City Hall Chambers.
From Sheriff's Department, it was $0.
What about the District Attorney?
0.
Okay. The City of Fresno in the last year or so?
I would say for the kitchen project, it was about 450. ESG total was, I believe, another 350. And then we are working on a restroom project, which is 92,000 and current in that process. Right. I believe in the heat funding.
Yep. And then
I do
the
want to
heat.
correct really quickly. You asked about the district attorney. She has given money specifically, or her office is part of her campaign fund. For
How much?
Sponsorships and those kinds of things. And then as a family, the SMIC camps give personally.
Do we know how much?
I would say upwards of $50,000 a year. If you look at all of it, not just specifically the district attorney's
Thank you.
office, but the family gifts as well.
Understood. Thank you. And you guys are planning to apply for CDBG funds, correct?
This year from the city, we are not.
We did not because we are catching up. We're finishing the bathroom project, the kitchen project finished. We typically do not put ourselves in the place that we're going to apply for money that we don't have a specific project to use. So in regards to CDBG, we held off because we are finishing those bathrooms.
Thank you for being responsible and thoughtful with that. Okay, thank you. And just for the record, how much money did you receive from the heat funds in this last year from the city?
It's $118,000 total. It was $58,000 per year.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your time. So with that, council, as you can see, the city has been very supportive of all the agencies that provide services to our homeless. We can all do more. There's more need than there is resources. I would just ask us to honor the process that we approved a year ago, honor the process that the county Board of Supervisors approved, that every other city in our county, that the county of Madera and the cities of Madera have approved, which is let's hold ourselves collectively accountable for seeing performance outcomes, and let's allow the providers to demonstrate their performance and apply in a way that does not single any one of them out, still allowing them to apply for other pots of money. With that, legal counsel, I know we have a question on the procedures for the motions that were made.
Council President, I punched up.
Yes.
Just wanted to support Councilmember Chavez's comments about having performance measures tied to opt-out clauses. I think that's appropriate to determine whether the programs are effective, and we will ensure that that is done with the RFQ.
Great, thank you.
Along those lines, to Councilmember Chavez, we have the dashboard in place. The slides that you saw here are reflective of that dashboard. We're finalizing the first comprehensive report of our HEAP funding, and it's based on that dashboard, and in conferring with our city attorney, Brandon, we can terminate for lack of performance any contract that we have at any time.
Chavez, question?
I'm glad to hear that. Part of this conversation, and I think this is what happens when we allocate money, is we allocate the pot of money and it goes on to services, which is great, but I think the communication piece needs to be more consistent. And so what I would also like to see is for this model to somehow have a connection to council member district's offices. We know where the challenges are, and we want to have that communication with you. So I want to make that part of the recommendations that I'm making, to have that communication. I will assign a staff member from my office to continuously work, maybe check in every other week and work in partnership with them. So I just want to put that on your radar.
Thank you.
So Member Esparza, you have the floor.
Yes, so it looks like we have a number of different, I say, almost competing priorities for the same goal, but I think we have to keep our eye on the ball, and that ball is getting as many people off the street as possible with these very, very limited funds. And so I think it pains us both from a personal perspective as well as our capacity as council members and having these responsibilities to govern the city, that we can't unfortunately capture everything and everyone with this one limited pot of money. And so I wanted to ask you, it's a very straightforward question. I appreciate you taking time to meet with me about the item at my office. But in terms of our goal of taking this money and getting as many people off the street as possible, is this the allocation, or can we adjust it to make it more effective?
We can adjust it over time, but I will just say this, that because this strategy is based on best practices that have been proven across the country, and because it's jointly developed by all of our institutional partners, this is our best shot. We don't have the benefit of passing $1 billion bond measure for homeless folk like LA does or San Diego does. And we don't have $12 million to rack and stack homeless folks in big tents. This is a little bit of a passion for me. In big tents that have 8% to 12% throughput. What we've done is we've designed programs that at a very early stage, we're just 3 to 4 months in, are coming up with phenomenal results in terms of getting people off the street. So to answer your question, Councilmember Esparza, Fresno is doing an incredible amount with a little. And we should be able to see during the course of 2020 significant impact on homelessness in Fresno.
Thank you, H. Yeah, and like my colleagues, I get the calls about the the homeless and their surrounding issues in my district as well. I think we sometimes have to, stop ourselves from being short-sighted, and keep our eyes on the long term and getting as many people off the street as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Now we have Councilmember Carbasi, and I think he has clarity on his motion to amend the main motion.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Chavez for really putting things into perspective. And if you made a motion, I will second your motion for the changes you want to make. I also want to thank the Council President for asking a very relevant legal question. I was a little bit snippy. I apologize. I think we're all very passionate about the issue of homelessness, and for me, especially when it affects victims of domestic violence. I want to just say a few things, though. Victims of domestic violence, when they are at risk of homelessness, they're not out on the streets begging. They are fleeing from their captor. And that makes them a very unique population. Their needs, when it comes to addressing their housing needs, is also very unique, especially if they have children. Safety becomes an even more important issue. Now, I know there are chronically homeless, and this plan is doing everything it can with the very limited resources we have to address the chronically homeless. But homeless is homeless. Whether you're a domestic violence victim, or you have a substance abuse issue, or you have economic issues and lack of affordable housing, like my Councilmember Soria mentioned, it's all a problem. And I'm concerned that if I approve this today, I'm going to be, well, Dr. H, I have a question for you. You can come up here. I'm concerned that I'm going to be taking something away from a very important segment of this population. So I have a clarifying question. If I vote today on this as presented, it looks like the funding that we have, and right now it's $45,366.52 for the Marjorie Mason Center for the 12 months in fiscal year 2021-2022. When you compare that to the $11 million we're spending, how many fractions of a percent is that? It's pretty small. So my concern is if I approve this today without an amendment, am I going to be basically saying that money's not going to continue, and I'm voting to not maintain the funding for this very small portion for the Marjorie Mason Center, which pays for 2 rooms? That's what I'm trying to understand.
If you approve this, it does earmark $45,000 for Marjorie Mason Center, but it doesn't keep the council from allocating some of those other dollars up above, either through an RFP process or through extending their contract.
Got it. So under that term, I can't vote for this, but I want to vote to support the overall plan. So I am going to clarify my motion to amend the main motion, that we continue to extend the contract. I'd like some discussion with my colleagues on how long they think that would be appropriate. I don't consider it a carve-out. I do respect your opinion, Council President. I just think that this ensures, at least in some part, and it's a very small number of the total 11 million, we can ensure this council supports victims of domestic violence, because it's like Des said, the last thing you need is you finally decide to flee and you have nowhere to go.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. My only question would be, if we extend the contract, we have to identify the funding source. You just heard the Marjorie Mason Center indicate that they're not applying for CDBG funds this year because they're finishing using the last batch of money that we gave them. I wouldn't want to just say, we're going to give you more money without identifying where it's coming from. I would rather allow them to go through the RFP process. And in the process, we're going to be discussing the whole budget for next year's budget adoption. At that point, I think we can give today the administration direction to identify some additional resources for families in need of homeless services.
Okay, so also to clarify, I actually want both. I want the funding for the contract, and I want to make sure that with the RFP process, we also allow whatever organization it is, especially if it's the EOC, if they have victims of domestic violence or runaways, they're also able to apply. Maybe Councilmember Chavez can kind of provide better language for me, but I think Councilmember Bredefeld, you have a question about that, but it's up to the chair.
I have Councilmember Bredefeld and then Soria.
Okay, so I want to support this as well, and the only way I'm going to is if we are funding the $45,000 for fiscal year 22-23. Funding source, I don't know that we can't ask our staff. We can approve this, and then the staff can determine where they want to take from other programs. I'm okay with that because all the other programs have been funded. When we talk about carve-outs, the carve-out already occurred. The carve-out, they were carved out of the funding. Now we're trying to carve them back in. It's not a carve-out. They've already been carved out. So I want to bring them back on board. And if there's some way, I think we can approve this, say we want to continue this funding, and then we ask staff to come back with a way they want to do it and approve this. That's the plan. Now, City Attorney, can we do that?
Well, I'm still not clear on the source of the funds for what's being discussed here. Is it a portion of the $6 million grant that's being applied for?
Let me ask my colleague Sonia to address
Sonia,
this.
can you provide us a little bit of clarity and hopefully some guidance?
Yes, so,
And for the record, you deserve a raise.
yes, Sonia De La Rosa with the County Administrative Office. And so just to address really quick what you're trying to do, and I do appreciate with what Councilmember Carbasi has brought up and Councilmember Bredefeld. So the opportunity to add 18 beds was an idea that was brought up by Councilmember Arias, and in doing so, there were certain services that we had to reduce. If the intent is now to consider the continuance of the Marjorie Mason Center contract that would expire, it will be extended for a little bit for year one, but instead you want to make them whole for that extra year 1 and 2, then you would reduce the number of beds that you're adding. So the 18 beds becomes about 15 beds regionally, and that makes them whole for those 2 years. Now, I know Marjorie Mason Center is mentioned it's about $58,000 a year? Okay. And so we were looking at, I think when we were doing the math to continue that, it was about $71,000 that we thought it would be for Marjorie Mason Center, I think because we added a certain percentage beyond that. So if you take that amount, we would effectively be reducing the number of triage beds available regionally. And so that would be your board's prerogative to do that. I'm sorry, your council's prerogative to do that. Now, what we're trying to do is if we can keep the funding as it's currently laid out, we can shift the money going forward, because that's what we anticipated we would have to do to make sure the beds were regional. Right now, that 18 beds is with funding that's as part of your council, but we're actually going to have to modify it to bring in money from the COC and the county to cover those regional beds. So a fraction of those beds would still be covered by city, the other portion would be covered by COC and county funding. So if it might be if you approve what's before you today, but you want to make Marjorie Mason Center full, you would want to go and look at that funding that's available there, and we could shift it as part of the process.
So you're saying just you could reduce 18 to 15, and that gets us where several of us want to go.
Yes, that'll bring you down, that'll make Marjorie Mason Center whole. Now, we left it as approximately 18 beds because we still have to go back and verify what we could actually buy with that money. And the reason we have to look at it is because we looked at what the triage beds cost is, and it's between $21,000 and $22,000 a year. Now, these are beds that are not being used by the same individual throughout the course of the year. It's used by various individuals. But if we have the opportunity to leave it as it is now, with direction from your council that we're going to shift the money to make Marjorie Mason Center whole, we're still going to come back and shift money anyway because we have to make those beds regional.
Okay. Good.
So, Member Soria, you have the floor, and then Member Carbasi
Well,
for
I'm
clarifications.
still asking some questions, and so
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. So that's one way we can do it. There are other ways, I imagine, that we can still get to the same place, right, without reducing beds? I mean,
What we're thinking is that might be the best way because we're still, this is a plan that was worked on by various entities, County of Fresno, Madera County, the Continuum of Care is looking at it right now as your city council's looking at it. And we obviously are going to submit tomorrow. We're still going to have to come back and make modifications because we need to be able to pull those beds and make them regional, as has been discussed with your council. We don't know where the beds are going to be. We're likely going to have to do an RFP as well and determine where it would make most sense in the rural community to do it. But that would be that's what I would suggest, only because that way we don't impact the plan, but we have direction from you that you want to make
Councilman Carbasi, is that would be your direction or no?
Well, what I was going to do was just to add to my motion to identify our city staff to find the money. Because I don't want to reduce the number of beds. I want to vote for this. I want to have the partnership with COC and the county. I think you guys have done a lot of great work. But in order for me to vote for this, I have to know we're going to take care of this segment of of the homeless population. So, Dr. H, you think if we add that language that our staff has 90 days to identify
Yeah.
the funding source, that should work?
I think in that case, I think it would mean that you approve this budget, and then you pass a resolution as a council that you want to make Marjorie Mason Center, that you want to fund them,
Contract.
that you want to continue their contract under HEAP for the 2 years of HAP.
So H, well, what I'm going to ask is, just so we can bring some clarity to this conversation, we're going to do another round of questions for council members. If you have questions from any of the staff or the providers, in the meantime, please write your motions down clearly so that we can then take on the motions with clarity from everyone. With that, Member Soria and Chavez.
Well, let me just finish, because I just want to get the clarity with Councilmember Carbasi's motion, and then I'm done. So I just want to know what we can do with your motion. I think you and I both are trying to get the funding reinstated.
So let me restate. So I make a motion to continue the contract with the Marjorie Mason Center for an additional year, and to have staff within 90 days come back with a funding source for that additional funding.
Okay.
Council, legal counsel, you have the floor.
First of all, actually, making a motion to approve the contract would be outside the scope of this item right now. But I think it would be appropriate to give direction to return with that item at a later date, both the funding and approval of the contract, if that's the desire.
That makes perfect sense. Since Marjorie Mason Center's contract is on the agenda, I think your motion just comes in the form of direction to staff as part of the main motion. Is that fair?
Well, as long as we get it done, I don't mind where it comes from, as long as we do it within balance. But I just want to make sure if I'm voting for this, I'm not going to be, because if I vote for this, there is no funding identified to extend the next fiscal year for Marjorie Mason Center. I can't do that. I can't go to sleep at night if I do that. So I want to make sure that I can do the right thing today. If we do it later and I have a commitment from the council, we're going to do that, then I'm okay with that.
Well, just Member Carbasi, if your motion is to give staff direction and the council approves that motion, then it's the law and staff has to come back.
Just make the
with that
motion,
direction.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the item as presented by staff with direction to come back with the potential extension of Marjorie Mason's Center's contract and direction to staff to identify money for that extension of the contract. Is there any opposition to that motion?
Just clarity. That means that the proposal that we have beforehand with the 18 beds that would be regionally allocated is still
Yes.
remains the plan.
Yes, staff's proposal as recommended. All right, is there any opposition to the motion and the second with the additional direction to staff? Seeing none, there's unanimous approval from this body. Thank you all for a very confusing, thoughtful, energetic conversation, and this is one more piece of the big puzzle of addressing our homeless in our city. Thank you, Supervisor.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead,
please?
Councilwoman Soria.
Just before folks leave, one of the other things that I'd like to point out, H and to the county, since they are here, and some of the other partners, I think that obviously this is a good next step in terms of the funding sources that we're receiving from the state. But what I would like us to do for a broader regional plan, we have to get all our dollars together, ESG, HAPWA, all of it as part of a greater plan, because I think that we do this as the plan, but then not including the others to our broader comprehensive strategy. So I think that both Fresno County and the City of Fresno and our other partners need to really, as we're moving forward, bring those sources, because that's going to be happening in the next couple months as we're putting our budget forward, and it's coming as a separate set aside. So we have to think about this comprehensive plan, not just, we're going to spend the state dollars and that's it. There's all these other dollars that are supposed to go to address these issues of poverty, including CDBG. So if this is really a priority for our region, we need to make sure that it is reflective in the way that we allocate our resources in our next budget. So I challenge Fresno County that as you guys approve your budget and work with our administration to make sure that all those resources are part of a greater plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Nathan Magzik, Sonia H. Thank you for making sure we have a citywide and a countywide solution to this problem. and that we're not building mega tent cities. With that, Councilmember Benefiel, you have the floor on item 1G, as in Gary.
Thank you, thank you.
Point of order, point of order.
Yes, yes, sir.
I'm just kidding. Proceed.
Oh, okay. So this is on the security measures. In this, of course, I don't support that we're not allowing CCW holders, but we've debated that. On the parking lot, on M, it says there'll be a parking lot providing for parking for charter officials, which shall be fenced and gated. Admission to that area shall be limited to charter officials and their vehicles. What are the costs of that?
That cost is estimated at roughly $250,000.
Okay. And when would that be implemented if this moves forward?
Going through the process, it would have to be bid out, or we would use our job order contracting, and since the dollar amount exceeds the formal bid limit, we would have to bring that back to council. So essentially 6 to 8 months.
Okay. So for me, that's not something that I'm comfortable with or want to support, where, speaking of carve-outs, we do a carve-out security measure for charter officials where we fence in our cars, but employees are not given that same protection in that parking lot. I think that sends the wrong message, that somehow our lives are more valuable than our employees. And I don't think that's a message we want to be sending, but I think if this gets approved, that's exactly the message that we're going to be sending. So I would hope that we don't do that, frankly. If we still approve this thing where we have the other security measures and people with CCWs can't come in, fine. I'm not okay with it, but I don't think we should be building a special parking lot, a fencing structure in the parking lot for city officials. I think it's a terrible message to send, and it is $250,000. If we're going to build that, I think we're going to build it for the entire parking lot.
Councilmember Butterfield, just for clarification, we're on 1G, the CCW one. The 1I, the
1H.
The 1H was pulled.
I tabled it.
No, I'm on 1G.
G?
It's on here.
Yes, the fence is in the actual ordinance. It doesn't necessarily give all the detail, but
I stand corrected.
Okay.
Councilmember Butterfield, you have the floor.
Thank you. So on K, it says the city shall establish one or more points of entry to City Hall with a security checkpoint, including metal detector. Now it's shall establish. Are we definitely establishing that, or we might establish that?
we can have city attorney weigh in on that, but my understanding of it is if it's in the ordinance and it says shall, it means we will do it.
That's
It's
correct.
not optional.
And then the details would be proposed to be in the resolution containing the regulations.
Okay. All right, so it is definitely going to happen. And when this goes into effect, I believe all the employees in the building will be coming through the front entrance, going through the metal detector. Is that correct?
The ordinance does not specify that. The item that was pulled would be where that would be delineated.
Okay, so, well, I'm sure I read it there. Maybe we're talking, I mean, what's the plan? What's the plan?
The back entrance from the railroad could be an option. Frankly, and I have mentioned this to other council members, we would like the flexibility on where to put those screening devices and not be so rigid in the resolution to state exactly where they're going to be. That allows us to, our staff, our facilities folks, to do what is best based on the conditions we have.
Council, for clarification, the ordinance does say that all persons, including employees other than charter officials and law enforcement, would be going through screening.
Right, and so that's what I was wondering, you know, when this goes into effect and there's 500 to 800 employees here, 8 to 5, what that's going to be like for our employees as they're trying to...
I would just make a clarification. It's not 8 to 5. It's probably more like 7 to 6 for those. Yes, so longer than 8 hours.
Okay, but I mean, still hundreds of employees that are going to be...
Yes, and so Scott and I have talked about a couple of options. One option would be to increase the screening capacity at the front entrance, which would cost less money. If we put a screening facility at the rear entrance, I believe that was going to be about $240,000 a year.
Okay. I appreciate the information. I'm not going to support this for the issues I outlined. Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Is there any opposition? Before we go there, I need to go to the public. Anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, there's a motion. Oh, come on up. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I also, for city attorney, I'd like to clarify, with the second item being pulled, what is the time to implement this based on the ordinance?
Well, Jim, we can discuss that later, but the second item will come back at the next meeting, so I think there's going to be...
No, I'm talking about the ordinance. I need to make sure we're covered for the time being with just the ordinance being passed.
The ordinance will be effective 30 days after adoption, but the ordinance says in that respect that the city shall establish the security checkpoints, and that at the point that it becomes effective, all persons shall pass through security.
So what that essentially states is that we will have to screen all employees through the existing entrance we have now, and that could very well cause a bottleneck.
Jim, thank you for that. We've discussed this issue for about 8 hours at the last meeting, and the second time around, we have a motion, a second, no public comment. Any opposition to this item? 2 votes no, Member Carbasi and Chavez, and Butterfield. Sorry, Member Butterfield, you have, or is it Butterfield or Carbasi, 1K? Just a time check, Council, we have 4 other items before lunchtime. Just a quick time check.
So quickly, so I'm inclined, and I look forward to the discussion, I'm inclined to vote no on this because I don't see a problem. I think it's one of those issues where it's a solution looking for a problem. I worry that, because right now you could just go to the city manager and say, you know, it's St. Patrick's Day, I want to put up an Irish flag, or I want to put up an Armenian flag to honor the victims of the genocide, or for Mexican Independence Day, we want to put up a flag. And that's been working. What I worry is the definition of political, because let's say you have a council member that says, I want to put up a pro-life flag or a pro-choice flag. That's going to be very, very divisive for our community, and I don't think we really should go there. I'd rather it be under the city manager, because that person as an administrator can be more apolitical, whereas we're politicians, and you know, we believe strongly in what we believe in, and we want to scream it at the top of our lungs, and we want to show pride for what's important to us, but we also have to think of the city as a whole. And that's how I feel about this matter. Thank you.
And I'm just curious, was there a certain issue that prompted this item being put on the agenda?
Give me a second, Ms. City Manager, Member Butterfield.
Well, I was going to ask you as well as Councilmember Soria.
Sure.
The reason behind it, then if you don't mind, then I'd like
Absolutely. So what we noticed is we got a request for folks to put up flags, and we noticed that there's no rules in place on writing. There is a practice that anybody who asks, they pay for the flag, and we make it part of the flag raising. This simply just puts the practice in writing that any member of the council or the mayor can process a request from the public to put up a flag. There would be no cost encumbered by the city for doing so, and the city manager would be notified weeks in advance so that the employee that puts up the other flags can put it up at the same time.
You know, I'm gonna jump in. I've been racking my brain. I think in 3 years that I've been city manager, I've been asked once about a flag. That's why I was wondering if there was something in particular that prompted this.
There's nothing. We just wanted we thought it was a good idea to put it in writing, to put the current practice in writing.
Councilmember, what are the filters? I mean, as far as, what is the process right now if somebody wants to put up a flag? Councilmember Carbasi has a point in terms of politics. You might have, you know, I don't know, maybe one of us wants to put up LGBT flag, rainbow flag in celebration of Pride. God forbid someone wants to put up a Confederate flag or something like that. What is the process? What is the filter?
The current process, as I understand it, is that they go to city manager, and city manager processes the request, which puts the city manager's office in a predicament if it's a political statement.
You're all looking at me. Are you looking for a response? So the one issue that, the one flag request that came to my office about a year or so ago was controversial, and then I consulted with Doug, and then we made a decision together on what to do with that one. And that's the only one that's come, and that's how we've handled almost everything in our office that we have concern about. We work with the attorney's office.
Can I make a speak?
Councilor Butterfield?
Yeah, I'm just concerned that, look, we're all political here. We're elected politically. And I'm concerned that what one person finds a ceremonial flag, somebody else is going to be offended by it. And that affects people in our community. I mean, there are going to be people who support one type of flag and be offended by another type of flag. I think we're going down a slippery slope if it's simply, it's defined as a council member can direct that an honorary or ceremonial flag. I mean, how are we defining honorary? How are we defining ceremonial? And I think we're going to be opening up a can of worms that I think we may regret doing for a lot of people in our city.
Thank you, Butterfield. We have Member Chavez and Camperoglio, and I just ask for brevity. This is not an item that's mission critical. No one's going to live or die as a result. So if you guys want to table it, we'll be happy to do so.
Motion to table it.
All right, motion to table, second. No opposition. Let's move on to the next item. We now have the 10 o'clock hearing to consider the plan amendment application, rezone application number P18-03290, and the development agreement related to the environmental assessment number 183290, filed by Lars Anderson Associates on behalf of Mr. Sylvester Hall and 2500 MLK LLC. Staff, you have the floor. Welcome to the chambers, Rodney. Yes, I'll make a motion to approve. It's been seconded by Member Chavez. Now we'll hear from staff. Actually not. Rodney?
If we have no questions, I don't know that we need to.
I was like, alrighty then.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak to this item? Please come forward, identify yourself, and you will have 3 minutes to address the council.
My name is Brunette Harris, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno Community, and we are objecting to this particular amendment that you have. That hasn't went out to the community, and that has been a problem. And we have been trying to address our council person that we have not been informed, period. So you're trying to amend the Southwest Fresno specific plan. This has not. Sylvester has not. None of the developers has not had community meetings on this particular item that you're trying to pass. And it's offensive for us to keep having to come before the council to tell you that our community is not involved with the Southwest Fresno specific plan and the general plan that you're trying to amend. There has been a lot of conflict that has been introduced. If you want to talk, Mr. Paul, I'll let you talk. I appreciate it if you would listen. You might not agree with what I have to say, but I would appreciate it. Thank you. But the point is this, we've been having a lot of problems with conflict with council members on this particular plan, and we have been before this board before to let you guys know that they're not including our community, putting little groups in place to say that they represent us is not right. And as far as, we may as well put it, as far as HUD, which is federal, and the state, you cannot continue to do this and ask for fundings for the city of Fresno if you're not including the community in none of these projects that you're doing. And to say that it's not yours, you can't deal with it, it's something that was in place before you got here. That's what you're here for. If it's not right, you should change it.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett Harris. Any others wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, there's a motion, there's a second. Just for the record, we should know that there's been dozens of meetings in the community prior to development of this proposal, and additionally, we've addressed, it's been presented to the District 3 Implementation Committee, and we've had small group meetings with neighborhood leaders and community leaders in West Fresno to completely vet this proposal. With that, is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, it's unanimously approved. Thank you all for coming. 10:15, appearance by Jason Podler to discuss safety in the area where he lives. Jason, are you here? All right. We'll move on to item 10, the 10:30 item, actions pertaining to the FY 2020 budget update and the 14th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution to appropriate the funds in the operating programs and capital improvement projects citywide.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, is all second it. It's been seconded by Member Esparza. I'll go to the public first. Is there any questions from the public on this item? Please come forward. You will have 3 minutes to address the council. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want a clarification.
Hold on the mic, please. There you go.
Good morning. Is this the item having to do with the carryover funds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a few people here who would like to speak, and I just wanted to make sure that that's what we were addressing.
Yes. Any of you wishing to speak to this item, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes, and please identify yourself for the record. We are on the 10:30 item pertaining to the 2020 budget update and the carryover. Ms. Curry, you have the floor.
Good morning, council members, Mr. President.
Ms. Curry, can you do me a favor and lower your mic just a little more? There you go.
Okay. My name is Mary Curry. I'm a West Fresno resident for 60-plus years. I've not lived any place else in Fresno except West Fresno. But I come to you today because I'm concerned about the future of our community, the air quality, and the health issues that our community is facing. I do want to give some thanks to the city, to Attorney Sloan for the city involvement in trying to get these issues resolved. Because we're still in mediation, I'm very careful about how I address this. We've worked long and hard and put our best foot forward in trying to work with the city and with Darling. And right now, because there's not a final agreement with Darling, we believe that it's in the best interest of our community to keep the funds available because Darling has not reached a final agreement. There's nothing legal binding yet. And because they are volatile and changing their minds, we believe it's best that those funds remain uncommitted until a final agreement has been reached that is agreed upon by the city, by concerned citizens of West Fresno, and the Darling people. And we believe that this would be the best way to deal with this because it is not final yet. We have no final agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Vincent, Dorothy, Ms. Dottie Smith, Francisco, and Richard. You guys are up next.
Good morning, Mr. President.
You have my full attention, Ms. Dottie Smith.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Dottie Smith. Before I begin my 3 minutes, I'd like to thank President Arias and Nelson Esparza for recognizing me this morning. I'm sorry I wasn't here to accept the certificate, but thank you for the honor. As I said, my name is Dorothy Dottie Smith, and I've been before this council several times regarding the subject I'm going to speak to. And President in the past has had to cut me off, so I'm going to try to be within my time frame. I'm speaking on behalf of the Senior Citizen Center. We are still talking about that. As you know, with the exception of Mr. Kabasi, I was the president of that Senior Citizen Committee trying to get a designated senior citizen center in the city of Fresno. And as you know, many of you probably do know that the testament of a city is how you treat your young and your old. And my grandfather used to say, just live long enough. And those of you who, through the years, it's been approximately 2 years now, when this consideration first came up, I want you to take a look. We do know that there's money for this center. And when you talk about the large cities in the state of California, Fresno is one of the largest cities that do not have a designated senior citizen facility. So we're hoping that when my grandfather used to say, just live long enough, I hope that I do live long enough to see a designated senior citizen center in the city of Fresno. And we do know, because I've been in Fresno all my life and I've worked with senior citizens, and we do know that there are centers around the city that do provide services for seniors. But what we're asking for is a designated senior citizen center. And with the monies that you may have, and I've sat through meetings with council people, we've toured facilities in this city, and we've met, we talked, we looked at the plan. So hopefully, within the near future, there will be a designated senior citizen center. So thank you for your time and attention. And I do appreciate the consideration that some of you have given to us regarding this matter. Nelson, for example, has walked with us, looked through buildings, and Mr. Arias has also been with us. So hopefully, with the exception, as I said, Mr. Kabasi, you know what our concerns are. We do want and we do need a designated senior citizen center here in the city of Fresno. Thank you so very much.
Next up, Vincent and Richard.
Sorry. I couldn't wait.
Okay, come on up.
My name is Shirley Peters. I'm an 85-year-old senior, and you recognize me, I'm sure. I've been here before. A couple of weeks ago, I heard on the news about how we were going to have a $20 million animal shelter, no kill. Well, that's kind of killing me. As a senior, we don't even have anything close to being proposed for we seniors, and I think seniors are every bit as important as animals. In fact, without us, they probably wouldn't get as much. And I'm hoping that you'll honor your commitment. Esmeralda made a motion, you approved it, and we're waiting to see what you're going to do. I don't want to feel disappointed in my council members in the city. I have pets. I love them, and I'm all for the animal shelter. Don't get me wrong. I think it's great. $20 million seems a bit much when you made a bid with $1 million for we seniors. So I'm asking you to rethink that a little bit. Okay? Please? Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Correll. I live at 840 East Cole Avenue. It's in Mr. Bredefeld's district. I'm here to make 2 points. I hope you will set aside positively this $1 million to get us started on having an adult center. The second item is that they will assign the task to some department with an individual's name responsible to get out and look for locations that have the proper bus access, that have plenty of parking, and are large enough to do the job. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard? You're the first one.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Richie Graham, Veterans Educational Center here in Fresno. We are here to ask your support for Veterans Educational Center, which we are putting together. We are creating a facility for homeless veterans and trying to make sure that we get them off the street. And of course, I know you are dealing with the homeless situation, the homeless population here. So let me just turn the rest of it over to my director here, John Hernandez.
Yes. Hi, I'm John Hernandez. I'm Director of the Veterans Network. And I do have some information for the council members, if you could pass that out. Basically, it talks about our operation, You're the Best, and what we're doing is we are raising funds to build a homeless and education center here in Fresno in the Belmont Circle. And we're actually putting a bid for that property. And we are going through the process now of acquiring that property. And just to give you a little information about our network, the Veterans Network will serve the mental, physical, and financial well-being of the veteran population of Central California in a manner worthy of the service they provided defending our nation. It's unfortunate that many of our veterans are actually sleeping out on the street. And that's something that I think is unacceptable. We know that the Homeless Initiative is doing a lot of work, and what we're just asking you for today as a council is to just support our efforts in building the Veterans Network Education Center and homeless shelter for vets. We're going to seek funding through various sources and also philanthropic foundations and things of that sort. So we're hoping that we can just get a letter of support, a general letter of support, that you support our efforts in helping reduce homelessness here in Fresno. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francisco? Mr. Duarte, you have the floor. Ms. Curry? Thank you, Ms. Curry.
Sorry that I had to read this. With my ESL, you had to pay attention if you want to get it. You already know that the soul of this society will be judged according with the way in which we deal with our poor and elderly. And many of us are poor and are elderly. A few years ago, we lost our properties and savings, many of us. And then now we are living in very reduced spaces where there's no place even for a bicycle. There's not a space. Then you cannot forget us because we are old, because the clock is ticking and it's coming after you too, your father, your grandfathers. Then we'll come after you. And since we keep coming after you the time, and we are here to stay beside that, our blood still runs hot and brave. We have contributions to do. And even when we are, some of us are grumpy guys. If sometimes you see our hands trembling, it's because we are full of emotions. We are not dead. And the reason we spill things over the table sometimes, we might think that arthritis is killing us. But when you see our body leaning over, it is because we are searching for hidden treasures in places that no one else can find. Treasure for you and for the rest of this generation. We come to this meeting not to ask a favor or charity, but we asking you to pay your debt with our generation. You owe that. And we are more than store memories for the curious inquisitor and more than a resource for our grandkids, your children. You know that. Why this investment and not to more police officers on the street? Because we had to understand that we have priorities. And we are more than a finished story, more than a book open on the last page. We are living lines from which you still can learn. And at this very moment, we have blank spaces waiting for your notes. You have to write something over those blank spaces. We need it. And you cannot forget us because we live inside you. And amidst your very strange civilization of Googles and Yahoos and Facebooks and all of that. But even so, we are giving you the privilege to be part of this town history by creating that space where we can walk together, singing with Sinatra, I live in my own way, when we know that it's a big BS. Nobody live in his own way. We need you and you need us. That is a fact. But anyway, we need that place of reunion where we can reflect about your future, the future of our generation. And at stake is the soul of this city, is your soul and the soul of this leadership. Then do the right thing, not only because your legacy, because this is the right thing to do and say yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Francisco. Next, John Hernandez. You already spoke on the veterans. Those are all the cards. Any other person wishing to speak to the carryover consent, the carryover budget item? Pastor Lewis, you have the floor.
I apologize. I had to step out, old man issues. But council, good to see you this morning. God bless you. Thank you for hearing me on this morning. I am speaking to item 200027 regarding the reallocation of $1 million existing in the general fund. I'm very concerned about even having this conversation, because my first concern is that for the last maybe more than 2 years, maybe more than 3 years, I've lost count, we have been in mediation with the city and with Darling Ingredients over I don't know, I'm trying not to violate the mediation. We shouldn't even be discussing this in this forum. This $1 million is directly tied to that mediation and that discussion that we have been working on and laboring with for over 2 years, maybe more. I just don't know I just can't keep the time straight. And so I'm trying to choose my words carefully. The mediation, as many of you know on the dais, is not done. And I don't want, Darling has already taken opportunity to back out of a deal that the city worked hard on. And many of you were involved in all of the land discussions, all of the finances, all of the tax credit discussions. Many of you labored, some of your predecessors labored to make that deal happen. They backed out at the last minute. And I'm afraid that if we make a change, any change on the table right now, that they will use it as an excuse to not do what they are talking about doing now in mediation. And I just don't want that to happen. I don't want them to use this as an excuse to violate what we've been talking about. And I want you to also remember that this discussion began with Concerned Citizens 5. That is our lawsuit. Lawsuit against the city, lawsuit against Darling. And then let me say that the money allocated to that the city so graciously, thank you, Miguel, for working to get that $1 million. Thank y'all for agreeing. But that money allocated to that mediation process, if it's going to be used, it ought to be used to counter the negative benefits of Darling's presence in our community for over 50 years. And so it's just another example, and this is my last point. It's another example, intentional or not, it is another example of money being allocated to a West Fresno project and then being reallocated to somewhere else or another project in our city. And that concerns me. That really hurts me, especially after, I sit around a table in the mediation, everybody around the table getting paid, but we don't get paid to come to these meetings, to rearrange our schedules, to spend time down here in mediation. We don't get paid to do that. That is purely volunteer time.
Okay. Go ahead, security. It's okay. Thank you.
He's okay?
Yes, he's okay. Thank you. I'll handle it.
And I'm
Thank you,
almost
Pastor
done,
Lewis.
Doc. So we have volunteered countless number of hours to this process. So I ask you to please consider this. Hold the money on the table until at least the mediation process is finished and we have a final signed agreement in mediation closing what we have been working on for so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Last speaker, John Hernandez. You have 3 minutes, and then we'll return to the council.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention just one more time that the copy of a sample letter of support is in the packet that I gave you. It's at page 3. I also wanted to publicly thank Councilmember Soria for directing us to that property that we're looking at right now. In addition to that, we want to thank Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Esparza, Councilmember Chavez for being supporters of our memorial breakfast last year. Last year. And then in addition to that, Soria for being a supporter of our holiday luncheon that we had this last time. We greatly appreciate some support from the city. This is not saying you approve of our priority, just basically saying you support our efforts so we can go to these foundations and we can go get access to funding outside of necessarily just government funding. We're also going to government funding, but also to foundations and public other entities that can help veterans. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez. Now we'll return to the council. First up is Councilmember Soria, then Esparza, and then Carbasi is my list. I would ask the council that as we entertain motions, if you're going to ask for money to be reallocated or additional items to be funded on the list, please identify the funding source so that our bookkeepers can make sure that we're not overspending money that we don't currently have. With that, Councilmember Soria.
Great, thank you, Council President. Just a couple comments, and I did want to make a motion. So one, to the senior center, I know that it's been a long time coming in terms of an ask. The current expenditure of the carryover does include monies for this year. The goal, and I'll ask the administration, once the money is allocated and voted for, how long would it take to try to get some form of lease? I know that there's been folks that have looked at some type of properties across the city to see what would be a good space to begin to provide services to our seniors.
Well, two things related to the lease. First of all, we'd have to go through the process of selecting a property, and in that itself, I would want to be very mindful of where that property is located. We have discussed internally a central location, but we would want to do some surveys and some outreach to see where exactly we would put that facility. In parallel, we could be looking for lease properties that are centrally located. I am guessing 4-month process at least to get a lease in place and in an appropriate location.
Perfect. And so just for the public's, just so the public knows fully, that's why we are doing the location that we're doing, because if we're talking about at least a 4-month process in terms of trying to get a lease for a location that will be suitable to our senior community, that $500,000 would suffice for this year, recognizing that this is a priority of this council and that in the subsequent budget, and I hope that there is agreement here, and hopefully some of my council colleagues can echo that in the subsequent budgets, as we're going to be voting on later in May, that the total amount of funding to have the services rendered are going to be included in those subsequent budgets. So that's my understanding and my support of the allocation of the current dollars that are part of the carryover for the senior center. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you guys know for that. In addition to that, I just wanted to publicly announce, and I know that I've been talking about this for now close to 4 years, and I know that we've been trying to get a kind of a citywide senior center. I've been working with the developers that are doing an affordable housing development on McKinley and Blackstone. We're going to have a groundbreaking soon in the next few weeks, and that development is actually going to have a neighborhood senior center. So that's in addition to what we're doing. So when we're talking about our commitment to our senior community, at least I can express for myself that I do have that commitment, and on top of the citywide senior center, I want to make sure that the seniors that live in my neighborhood and in that area have a place where they can go. So the developers have donated and agreed to giving us 2,000 square feet for a neighborhood senior center, where we are partnering with Fresno City College to be able to render services and give classes to our senior community that lives in that neighborhood. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's something that I've been working on for the last 4+ years that is finally happening, and I can truly say that it will be built out by the end of 2021, early 2021, or around there. So that's on the senior center. The second thing I wanted to point out, I hear loud and clear the partners, our resident partners that have been in mediation with us, and I know that I've been part of the subcommittee with Darlene, and I believe that you guys make some excellent points. So my motion would be to keep the $1 million that is in the carryover designated right now. I think it's for housing, but put it back to the Darlene while the Darlene mediation is finalized, with which I'm hopeful it will have help in a few months from now. But what I do want to note is that affordable housing is a big issue in our community, and that if those dollars aren't expended for a part of the mediation, that they be used for affordable housing. We've been trying to build an affordable housing trust fund in the city of Fresno. Again, we were talking about homelessness earlier, and we know we are facing a housing crisis even with our senior community. They are in fixed income and rents keep going up. So I think that a great use of those dollars, if they do not get utilized for the mediation purposes, that it reverts to help us with affordable housing in our city. So that would be my motion.
Member Soria, I just want to clarify. So your motion is to fund the items currently funded by the Darlene set-aside would be funded by the housing set-aside until the mediation is complete, leaving the Darlene money unallocated. Until mediation.
And to clarify, that's associated with motion 43,
Correct.
correct? So we're all on the same page. Okay.
Correct.
I would second that.
There's a motion, there's a second. Would you like to make it in the form of amendment to the main motion so that Member Caprilio and Esparza can consider accepting it?
Yes.
All right. There's a motion to amend the main motion to keep the Darlene money unallocated and set aside, and the items originally funding those census, the housing, and the EIR would be funded through the housing set-aside currently in place. The motion has been made by Member Soria, seconded by Member Redfield. It's been accepted by Member Caprilio.
Is there a time limit on that?
Until mediation is complete.
Any estimated times? I'm just trying to keep us focused on.
Can we say to the next adopted budget?
You may. I would expect this process to be completed within 60 days.
Okay, so we will identify that as the next adopted budget. At that point, when we adopt a new budget in June, at that point, we'll have a conversation. Does that fulfill the concerns of the citizens? Yes?
That's agreeable as far as
Okay.
my motion.
Seeing
Could I ask a point of order?
Yes.
I think you made a motion, Councilman Capriolo, to adopt the whole carryover. Is there any way, or is the council willing to make a motion and approval for each of the items? Because there's some that I want to support, will definitely support, and there's some that I won't. If it's all one motion, I won't be able to support the whole thing.
Let me just hold off on getting clear. There's a motion to amend the main motion. It's been seconded. It's been accepted by Member Caprilio. Is it accepted by Member Esparza? Okay, so we have a motion to approve as amended. Now, is there any further discussion by the council?
Just a point of order, is there somewhere we can, when we vote, take each item that we're expending money on and vote yes or no on that?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, legal counsel, but currently the motion is to approve all the items as one.
There is that motion, and the procedural motion I think that's being offered is a motion to sever the question and vote on each item separately. So if there's a majority vote to sever the question, then you would follow that procedure as opposed to taking everything together.
So I'll check with my council colleagues. Would you like to take this as one action, or would you like to take each item separately? Keep in mind, if we do it separately, we also got to identify the funding source that you guys, of any motion.
My sense is that they may not ultimately make too much of a final difference. That's my sense. I don't know.
Since I made the motion, let's keep it whole. At the rate we're going, if we individualize this, we'll be here till midnight. So I'd like to keep it as one unit. If you have a no vote, you can register it with each item and register that with the clerk, and we can move this along as fast as possible.
I don't think
This
you
is a
can do it that
10:30
way.
item.
You can't register no item. If we take a one vote for the whole thing, I can't go to the city clerk and say, I vote no on that, I vote yes on
Well,
this.
right now, I think that I would recommend to see if there's a second on the motion to sever the question.
To make them each separate.
Yes.
Okay, so I make a motion to separate each one and have a vote separately on each item that's before us.
Is there a second for that motion to take these item by item? Seeing none, it dies. The main motion now is on the floor. Before we, is there any council comments, further comments?
Yeah,
On
thought-
the main motion?
Oh, on this or just in general?
The main motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor. And then Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank all the speakers, all the folks who came out and took time to address us this morning on the carryover dollars. With respect to the senior center, I continue to be in support of making one happen here in our city. I think, again, we owe a lot to those folks who have given so much to Fresno over the years and over their lifetime. And so continue to be in support of that project and allocating some general fund dollars here. And I think our support is shown here. And last year, I also did run a resolution directing the administration to proceed with the activities that they're undergoing now in terms of identifying a location and really just figuring out the logistics of how we're going to make this a reality. If I had to be honest, I think we are chipping in some general fund dollars here and there from this budget, potentially the next budget, but I think this is really going to accelerate if and when we identify an actual a new revenue source. And I know myself and the council members from districts 1 and 3 are working on putting together, along with the administration, what hopefully is a successful parks public safety tax. And I think that's really where we're going to see the dollars come in and really see the senior citizen center at the top of a project list. And with respect to the conversation, one of the speakers spoke about the animal shelter and the senior center, and we're not here to pit the city's priorities against each other. The animal shelter is ultimately going to be funded in its own manner, its own capacity, and that's somewhat of an emergency situation that we've discussed in closed session. And so they're both going to be funded in their own separate ways. They both face different circumstances. We're going to continue to support the senior center. This council has been supportive. And again, I think once we identify that new revenue source, that's really where we're going to see things accelerate.
Okay, folks, we have Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Okay, 2 quick questions for staff, and then I want to make a motion. Director Clark, I have a question for you, but I'll ask Jim first regarding the senior center. And just piggybacking off Councilmember Soria's question, is there a plan in place for how the money is going to be spent and who's going to maintain and run is there funding for the programming?
At this point in time, the $500,000 is simply to lease the facility.
Okay, and then we have 5 months till the next budget. Are you going to spend all that money within the next 5 months?
As I mentioned, if it's a 4-month minimum process to get a lease in place, we're going to be right at the budget cusp, I should say.
Okay, and then my question, thank you. And then my question for Director Clark, whenever she's ready. I have questions regarding the census. Now, full disclosure, it's very important we fully fund this. It can make a big difference to our local community if we're undercounted. And I just have a few questions I listed. If you can just tell the public about census challenges and their potential significance to the city?
Absolutely.
Jennifer,
So-
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
interrupt. I apologize. I also think it's important for you to talk about the timing of the census first and foremost, and then the timing of the challenge.
Great. So, good morning, Council. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. So, the 2020 census is getting underway. The first households will begin receiving census mail regarding how to report in mid-March, so March 12th through 20th. And then March 30th through April 1st, Census Bureau will start doing their calculation. Technically, April 1st is Census Day, and when a household receives their information, they'll be able to respond online, by phone, or by mail. And then in April, census takers who are employed by the federal government will go door to door if you have not responded and conduct quality checks on those who have. And then May and July, there will be additional follow-up. In December, the Census Bureau is required to deliver apportionment counts to the President and Congress. Between July and December, the city will start to receive information to do quality checks on the actual apportionment. And it is really important that we spend a lot of time looking through this confidential information and identifying where there could be inaccuracies in that count and conducting, and it's considered a protest to the official count. If we have information that we believe is more accurate, that maybe groups weren't counted in certain areas, or we have undercounts, and it can add up to a significant amount of money for the city if we get an accurate count, and could be, in some cases, a couple of percent of additional population can add up to a significant millions of dollars.
Okay. My next question is, of the 250,000, has anything been set aside specifically for a challenge, and how much do we actually need for a challenge?
So in the in the appropriation that's being recommended today, it is a generic, as I understand, a dollar amount specifically for outreach. There has not been a designated amount for protest.
Do you have an estimate how much you think that might cost with staff time?
I would estimate, based on the amount of time that it took us to do the verification of the addressing, that it would probably be about $100,000 that we would need to reserve to ensure that we have an accurate, complete count once those numbers start coming back in.
A couple more quick questions. The money being administered, is it going to be administered directly by the city, or is it going to be transferred to outside agencies?
Based on the timeline that we have, it would be very difficult to contract with outside agencies to get outreach. I think probably some of the best alternatives for hard-to-count populations at this point is direct outreach by the city to either through trusted leaders in the community, through some of our neighborhood associations, congregations, et cetera, as well as through media in some of our second language populations, Hmong, Punjabi, Spanish, et cetera.
Okay. What happens with any money that's not spent? I'm assuming it'll all be spent, but if any money isn't spent, where does that money go, the remainder?
So
money isn't spent or encumbered.
If we don't fully expend or encumber the dollars, then it would get reappropriated through the standard budget process.
It would go back to the general fund?
If it's coming from general fund, it would go back to general fund, yes.
Last question. If there is a funding challenge, will that be in the next 5 months before the next budget? I think you answered the question already, but I want to clarify. So if we have to do a census challenge, I mean, it's not going to be in the next 5 months.
That will be in the next budget. That would be in the fall, most likely.
Okay. So I want to make a motion on this matter, and if my colleagues agree, great. If not, I understand. I want to set aside $100,000 of the $250,000 specifically for a census challenge, because I want to ensure we have an accurate count so we can secure the maximum amount of federal funding that we are owed. I also want to ensure that any remaining balance which isn't spent or encumbered will return to the general fund.
A point of clarification from Councilwoman Soria.
I just want to add, and I think that you make great points. The intent behind putting money aside, and what is unfortunate is that we've dragged this issue so long that we waited to now February to disperse and talk about dispersing these dollars. The intent is to try to do the outreach and develop these relationships with folks so that they do the census, so that we don't have to have a challenge. It's kind of like prevention. And so what I'd like to make sure that we do is that as soon as we take a vote on this, that the dollars get used for that, so that we prevent from us having to do a challenge. If we have to do a challenge, then we will have that discussion during the budget season, but we should put $250,000. If we think about the severe undercount that happens in our communities, so if you look at the 10-year period, that if we don't get numbers counted, it's $20,000 per person that we don't count in that 10 years. That could mean millions of dollars for the city of Fresno. So $250,000 is kind of a drop in the bucket in investing in millions of dollars for the future. So what I would not want to do is shortchange ourselves on the front end, and rather have a discussion during budget season if we really need additional dollars for the challenge. I would support additional resources, but we need to put all our resources that we can afford to make sure that every single person gets counted on the front end, so that we avoid the back end extra work. So let's get these dollars out and make sure that every single person gets counted. I know that I'm doing my own individual stuff because I know the value of it, but I think as a city, we have to make an investment, and this is a drop in the bucket for the millions of dollars that we would be getting back.
Thank you, Member Soria.
Can I comment on, because she made some good
Yes.
points. Is that okay? Thank you, Mr. President. No, I agree with you. So now we're talking about 350. And the reason is we're talking about, I'm bringing up the next issue about how we weren't able to find funding for a certain item. I think it's important. And I just wanted to ensure we secure the money now, because the county has an effort, the federal government has an effort, we're doing an effort. I don't think we know exactly how the 250 is going to be spent. But I agree it's a good investment. I just want to ensure that we're not just throwing more and more money, and we don't have like a study for it, but we can see exactly what the amount of money is. I support the process. If I don't get a second, I don't get a second. I have one follow-up question for the director.
And while she's coming up here, I have a question for council. How do you recommend that the 250 be spent? Are you hoping that we hire an outside firm to help with outreach? Because if that is the case, I worry about the timing of a procurement process to do so and how that aligns with the actual census. We'll never have time to do that.
So if we can just focus the conversation, today is about allocation, how we execute the allocation. We can have conversation later. I just want to do a time check. It is 12 o'clock. We still have potentially a $20 million decision on the animal shelter with a $6 million operational implication to the city before lunch, and it's already lunchtime. So
I'm pretty much done with this line of questioning. I do think the question's relevant because we're allocating money. We want to make sure it's spent right, and I'm confident we're going to do it. So I just, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I just want to, well, I made a motion, but I don't think I'm going to get a second. I know. Well, they're flustering me, so now I forgot what I was going to say. It's called, badgering the witness. Okay, I think we're going to, I don't have a second, so I think we're going to move on. But I do think that was a relevant question because we need to know how the money's going to be spent.
all your questions are super relevant, Member Carbasi.
I remembered, and thank you. I remembered. When you say trusted community leaders, who decides what community leaders we trust? Will the council be able to choose from that list, or will the subcommittee choose from a list?
I absolutely think that the city council should have should provide us with information on who they want us to get outreach to. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Member Carbasi. Thank you.
Oh, sure. So I'm almost done.
Okay.
So now I didn't get a second, correct? No. Okay, motion failed. Okay, so I'm going to make this as quick as I can. Before we conclude the carryover process, I just want to have a brief conversation about an urgent public safety matter, and that's department-issued service pistols. The industry standard for a service pistol's life is 8 to 10 years, and the Fresno Police Department currently uses the Beretta PX4 Storm. I know very little about guns, so I've had to learn a lot these last few weeks. These pistols are now beyond that 8 to 10 year industry standard lifespan. In 2018, the police department started a program to refurbish these duty pistols. And in a moment, I'm going to ask Chief Hall to come up here and address the council if we need more information. But basically, it was a cost-saving measure to ease the financial burden to the city. The results of the refurbishment program, though, haven't been as effective as the department had hoped. It's for several reasons. I'm not going to list them all, but I'm going to include a quote from a recent Trey memo from Chief Hall. One of the reasons why the program wasn't effective is that these refurbished guns have an excessive, inconsistent, or sporadic trigger pull. An excessive, inconsistent, or sporadic trigger pull. This in particular is what I find very alarming. Service pistols are part of personal protective equipment for our women and men in blue, and our city can't afford to equip our officers with any service pistol that's less than 100% functional. Failure to do so isn't only a risk to their lives, it's also a risk to the lives of those they are sworn to protect and the people we are elected to serve as a council. It's the reason why I want to have this conversation before we finalize carryover is I don't want our department to have to wait until July 1st with the next budget to secure their funding for their sidearms. After conversations with some of my colleagues, I believe the council lacks the desire to bear the burden for the total cost of the expenditure, and I understand the reality of that. But I believe there's a realistic path forward so we can do our part to fund just a portion of this total cost, and our portion would be $113,500. And I've been working with the administration, and I believe that if we're willing to do our part to secure this funding today with the budget carryover, the administration is willing to do its part and return to the council February 27th to fund the remainder. But how do we do this? So I'm going to take a little bit of maneuvering. So here's the motions I'm going to make. If we reduce the $100,000 in carryover allotted to the internships, it still will secure a total of 100. No, it's 100 right now. If you look at this list right here. It was, yeah. So you look at what's included. Right now, it's 100. No, I'm sorry. It's currently 100. If we reduce the current allotment to $50,000, it still secures for the fiscal year a total of $100,000, which secures the matching funds of $200,000 from the WIB. So that's $50,000 towards our goal. The remaining $63,500, and this is going to be really difficult, is going to come from our public safety memorial that we are planning on funding to be built outside police headquarters to honors our fallen officers. Now, given the temperature of the room, I think this is the most feasible path. I don't like that this is the way it's going, but we can fund that money in 5 months. But the thing is, if we can secure the money for their guns, that'll help ensure there isn't another name on that memorial. So that's my motion, to reduce carryover funding for the interns from $100,000 to $50,000, reallocating the $50,000 balance to the police department for the purchase of new service pistols, and reallocate the $63,500 for the public safety memorial for the same purpose, for a total contribution of $113,500 for the police department for the purchase of new service pistols.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Member Butterfield, you have the floor. Time check, it is 12:09. So just a reminder, if you guys get hangry, it's
No, I'm
important.
I mean, I have things that I want to say. Do you want to come back after the lunch, or do you want to just go forward? Okay, I'm good.
We worked through it, but keep in mind, we're still coming back at 1:30, so that means everybody's lunch period is be shortened.
Okay.
Discussing.
Okay. I want to talk about first briefly in this carryover what I support, because there are plenty of good things in here to support. I support the senior center for $500,000, but I'm going to talk about that. I support the EIR for industrial compatibility. I support funding and completing Fountain Way and Cedar neighborhood for paving for $850,000. Funding and paving alleys in the El Dorado neighborhood for $375,000. $500,000 for the Cesar Chavez Foundation project. A left turn phasing at Star Elementary and a light crosswalk for the VA Medical Center at Clinton and Angus. So I support plenty of things. There are plenty of things that the money is being used appropriately, in my opinion, and that's what we all make decisions about. But I also think there's money that is not being used appropriately. Now, one of the $1 million for the housing fund that was now turned into Darling, I think is appropriate. The money for Darling should remain. I'm glad it's put back in because it was removed, and I have no problem with that. I don't think we should be spending $100,000 for interns or $250,000 for a census. I have a question for Jennifer, if you wouldn't mind. Is it the county's responsibility to do the census?
Are you referring to outreach for the census in particular?
Yes, to actually complete the effort to determine an accurate count.
So the census is a requirement in the Constitution, and it requires us to count every individual, and I think we're each individually responsible in terms of there are state dollars, there are federal dollars that are funneled through the counties throughout the country because that's the one uniform geographical unit that covers the entire country. But in terms of whether or not we want to ensure our fair share, there is somewhat of a responsibility on the part of every community to say, we need to ensure that there is an accurate count, and we want to make sure that all of our residents respond to the census.
Okay, and that requires 250,000? Does it require 50,000? Does it require $1 million?
I can't put a dollar amount on that. I think that it is essentially a very important piece of public participation, but I can't quantify that dollar amount.
So how did we come up with 250,000?
It was discussed by the council budget subcommittee that they wanted 250,000.
Okay, so I differ with the expenditure there. I want to talk about the Senior Citizen Center. Dottie, you spoke very eloquently. You have, as have many people for a long time. I remember the budget where we said we're going to give you $1 million towards this effort. That was 7-8 months ago. Everybody applauded. There was lots of senior citizens. Now it's down to $500,000. And I think you've been coming here for a number of years for Senior Citizen Center. When you get awarded $1 million and then it gets reduced to $500,000, I kind of feel like that's a bait and switch. I don't see the effort really to get this senior center, and I want to be upfront with you. I mean, if we really want to fund this, we need to fund this, and going from $1 million to $500,000 doesn't seem like we're moving in the right direction for a senior center. So I want to be very upfront with you because I get a sense that's not happening here. In terms of the housing fund, we've now switched it to $1 million to Darling, but there is also money set aside from prior budgets for another $1 million for a housing fund. Now, it was expressed that that's going to be used for affordable housing. So, and mind you, this is all general fund dollars, very serious. This is what we use to pay for police and fire and critical services. Now, I want to be very clear. We already spend $21 million for affordable housing with federal dollars. $21 million we get for affordable housing over 5 years. For homelessness, aside from all the HEAP and HAP funding we talked about, we get $6 million. So we're spending $26 million. We're addressing this, but it was decided that we're going to take money that we use for general fund dollars, for police, fire, and other critical services. We're going to put it into a housing fund for affordable housing. Now, affordable housing by government is anything but affordable. The McKinley and Blackstone project that was affordable housing cost the taxpayers $450,000 per unit. $450,000. That's affordable housing. So rather than using that $1 million for buying our officers guns that they need, and we're debating about $200,000, we can't find the money to provide them guns, it goes into a fund that sits, that now is so critical, we then transferred it to Darling. which is the appropriate thing, that's what the money should be used for. Now, there's also in this carryover, 1.3 for a community center. Now, I like community centers. Many of our districts have community centers. My district has no community center. And I just, again, think that we're using general fund money to set aside for a community center. I don't think that's the appropriate use of those dollars, and so I object to that. That's why I'm not going to support this. Now, there is also $2.8 million set aside for something called a multi-generational center. That's been set aside. That's general fund dollars, almost $3 million set aside and has been sitting in a fund. That in conjunction with 1.3 million is $4.3 million. $4.1 million. That's a lot of general fund money when we have tremendous critical needs in our city. We don't have the guns for our officers. We have 5 homeless task force officers. The police chief at the budget time said he needed 15 to 20. 15 to 20. We have 530,000 people here, 112 square miles. We have homeless in our parks. They're shooting up drugs. They're defecating. They're harassing business owners. And we're not hiring one homeless task force officer to deal with it. We're not hiring community service officers. If you get your car broken into, police officer doesn't come out. You have to go online and file a report. That's terrible. 911 dispatchers. Hopefully you don't have a 911 emergency. A lot of things going on here. Because you'll wait on the phone for 5 to 10 minutes on a 911 call. And we're not upgrading the communication system at all. We're putting no dollars towards that. We have capital improvements that are needed for the police department, for the fire department. We need tree trimming, sidewalk repair, street repaving. We have hundreds of millions of dollars of deferred maintenance for our streets throughout the entire city. And we're setting aside money for things that I think are not the right priority. And that's why I really feel that we're wasting a lot of taxpayer money. We can't even fund $300,000 to replace guns. We can't even address the need for community service officers or people to come out. And that's a waste of taxpayer money. And then, of course, down the road, they're going to be coming in November for a ballot, for a tax, for parks. And this council, this mayor will say, we spend your money wisely. We don't have any money. We need to encumber you with a tax that will take $37 million out of your pocket for the next year for 20 years. I'm sorry, I think this is an inappropriate way. Again, I'm not against community centers, support them. I'm not against senior centers. We want to support them. I'm happy to support the senior center. That's where the focus ought to be. As I understand it, seniors want their senior citizen center. They don't want a multi-generational center. But those needs are being ignored because others up here have a different perspective. So there are things I'll support, there are things I won't, and that's why, since we can't vote on this by separate motion, I will be voting no on the entire thing.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Butterfield, Councilmember Soria, and then Capriolo, you have the floor, and then we're going to be taking a vote.
I'm going to try to keep my remarks brief, but I do want to respond to some of the comments that were made by Councilmember Butterfield, because I think a lot of times we get caught up with sound bites. And what this council has to do every single year is that, yes, we have to be balanced about the issues that we have to address. We have a tremendous amount of issues that are impacting our city beyond public safety, beyond parks. We just talked about homelessness. Homeless is also an issue that impacts our residents, that we have to figure out how the city addresses the issue. And the reality is, he can, point to the fact that we have $21 million over the last 5 to 10 years from the federal government. The reality is that there's millions of dollars available in the state of California, but this city would only be eligible if we have skin in the game. And that is the reality, which is why I have been pushing over the last few years to come back and create a housing trust fund that will provide long-term skin in the game money. Just a couple months ago, we voted to give I think Ed Cashin, some money to buy the land or purchase of the land. That's skin in the game. That's what we've been doing. What I'm trying to do is create a greater pot so that individuals don't have to come and ask us for just general fund dollars, but to have a broader source of funding that is going to be long-term. We know we have a housing crisis in front of us. And yes, you may criticize the fact that the value or the cost, if you divide up by how many units the Blackstone and McKinley development is going to cost, 400,000 or whatnot. If you think about the math, so 400,000, 450 divided by 50 years, these are 50-year covenants. So that means that the 50-year affordability covenant actually cost us $8,000. We have to think about the long game and the broader picture. For 50 years, families in the city of Fresno are going to have an affordable roof over their head. That is the value. So we can try to play sound bites, $450,000 a unit. The real value is that 88 families will not be homeless and will have, for 50 years, the ability to live in an affordable unit. $8,000, a little bit over $8,000. But that is the real math. The other thing that I want to respond to is summer jobs. And it's not just internships here at City Hall. When I've been thinking about summer jobs and what is good for our community, summer jobs and what we've seen other cities, like our city, when they've done these types of programs, what they've shown and what studies have shown, that youth that come from low-income neighborhoods who are engaged in these types of summer programs actually are less likely to be involved in violent crime or dangerous behavior in their community. That's the type of investment that I want to do for our young people. And it's part of the broader public safety umbrella that we have in role and responsibility. At the end of the day, there are thousands of kids that live in this city that cannot afford to work for free, that we need to provide paid job opportunities that show them the value of a hard-earned dollar and also keep them away from the negativity in our community. So that's why these investments are critical. They used to be funded a lot more years ago. I know that the city of Fresno used to do them. We've been trying to slowly rebuild, but this is a broader project when we're talking about public safety. Public safety is not just police and firefighters. There's much more that happens around public safety, and prevention is a big part of it. And this is how we're going to prevent, by providing young people job opportunities with the dollars that we're putting in.
Thank you, Member Soria. I do have some questions now for the Police Department or City Manager on your budget, since your budget's come up on a request for more money. Who's going to come up and answer the questions?
Council President, I think I punched up. I don't know if I'm on your screen or not.
Yes, you're next.
Okay.
After these questions, we'll go to you, Council Vice President. So, Chief, we know what's the current size of your total budget?
The total budget is $183 million.
On paper, it shows, is that the just general fund portion? Because on paper, it shows 204 million.
It shows how much?
204 million.
According to my business manager, yesterday, it was $183 million.
Is that just a general fund set aside? City Manager, Jim, Jane?
Henry.
I like to make sure we're accurate when it comes to numbers. What's the total?
Henry's pulling out his budget.
Great, thank you.
So just give us a second.
Perfect. Chief, there's been some references to the replacement of your service weapons. Is there currently an emergency, or what's the current reality when it comes to the service weapons? Do officers have service weapons that don't work on the field now?
We have weapons that are beginning to malfunction, and they have malfunctioned during the range qualifications, and they're continuing to malfunction. The weapons are at the end of their service life. We attempted to save the city money by refurbishing them. That didn't work. We're at a point where we need to replace them.
Understood. And it's the natural life cycle of the weapon, 10 years?
That's correct, sir.
Do we have any weapons right now on the field that are not functioning correctly?
The guns are not consistent. So a gun that may fire today may not fire tomorrow. And that's the concern. It would be like driving a car that may not have brakes tomorrow. And I wouldn't give that car to my son or daughter to go out and drive. And I wouldn't give that gun to my officers right now, and that's why we're requesting that.
Okay. This last meeting, we converted or approved you taking 40 temporary positions and making them 16 permanent positions. Did you require any additional money for that conversion of 16 new permanent positions in your department?
We did not.
So
Actually, it was a cost savings, about $2,000.
So you were able to find the money within your budget?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Well, no, I want to clarify. He was spending, and Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, you were spending $1 million on temp positions, and we took that exact same million and converted it to permanent positions so that we avoided the issue that retirement brought to our attention. So
Yeah.
it wasn't that we found money. We just are using that exact same money to fill those positions.
So it's accurate to say that we added 16 permanent positions and we did it within the budget without needing additional money?
We utilized the salary savings from the temporary positions that we were required to eliminate for retirement issues, and we replaced them with full-time positions.
And that was specific because the department for decades had been taking retired officers and making them temporary employees in violation with the pension rules and the IRS rules. So you have cleaned up the mess by making those 40 temporary positions into 16 permanent positions, correct?
Well, that's not actually true, council member.
What is true?
We were made aware of a potential violation to retirement system. We were also advised to correct that issue, which we did over the course of the year.
So you're saying it was never a violation, it was just a potential violation?
We were never served with any violations. We were advised that this may potentially be a violation and could jeopardize our retirement system. And so we were advised by not only the city attorney's office, but the retirement board and their attorneys to modify the system.
And how long had that practice been in place in the city of having these retired individuals working as temporary employees?
Probably as long as I've been here.
Okay, thank you. In the last budget, we allocated $5 million for new police cars. What's the status of the delivery of those police cars?
I believe we constantly cycle police cars. We do about 50 or 60 every year. We do them on a 5-year rotation, and they're leased. I believe we have a lease payment coming up sometime towards the end of this budget cycle for our next payment.
Again, what's the status? How many cars have you received of the $5 million that we approved? I think we approved about 120 new vehicles to be replaced. How many of them have been received and paid for?
Yeah, I can't give you that answer right now. I can return with it.
Do you know what the average car has in terms of mileage that's in your fleet right now?
Our officers are driving cars that are way beyond their service life. However, this isn't an officer safety issue. That's why it's not a critical need. But many of our vehicles are in excess of 100,000. A lot of them are over 150, and some are reaching about 200,000 miles.
Yeah. No, we understand the status of the condition of the cars. That's why the council approved $5 million additional last year to replace them. I think it's fair to say that every service department in the city has significant deferred maintenance. Here, we're still trying to get light bulbs replaced after 10 years. So it's a fair point to say that you need more resources, and so does everyone else.
I would just like to comment that in our last budget cycle, we should have replaced significantly more cars for the police department, but they came forward and reduced the amount to replace to make the budget balance.
Thank you. City Manager, the council recently approved a new negotiated agreement with our police union. What was the total cost of that agreement for the raises and salary improvements that we approved?
I don't have that committed to memory.
Henry, do we know what the total cost is? Is it in the millions? Is it, if I recall, over 5 years, it was $32 million? Okay.
You want to verify just for... So
It's okay, thank you. I just want to point out that the police department, of course, is the most important responsibility we have as a city. It's also the single largest investment we make, with taking up more than half of the city budget. It's also the single largest liability, given the work that is entailed in the police department. And this council has continuously provided all the resources in addition to whatever we could do. So I don't want anybody to walk away saying that we have not provided our police officers in the form of raises, our police department in the form of equipment that they've requested, or staffing that they've requested, because we have. And we've done it more for the police department than any other department in the city that we operate. With that, I'd like to just point out that I'm supportive of, thank you, Police Chief.
Councilmember, can I respond to that?
No, I don't need a response, but thank you.
Councilmember, we work out of a 75-year-old building that doesn't have hot water. We have carpet that's over 40 years old. We have cars that have hundreds of thousands of miles. We fly 15-year-old helicopters. We have to go to the community to beg for donations to purchase and feed our dogs and our horses. You say that you fund it, and we know that money's tight, and we try to work with the city to make sure we're as efficient as possible. But the fact is guns are not negotiable. It's a safety item, and I understand what Councilmember Soria said about public safety, and I appreciate her comments. But guns are safety equipment for public safety, and it's non-negotiable. We're going to fund this. Now, whether we lay off officers, we lay off dispatchers, we lay off community service officers, we're going to fund that. And you get to decide how we do that. On January 10th, I wrote a memo to this board and our community leaders. It didn't ask for money, it asked for leadership. It asked for us to come together and discuss how we were going to do this. I didn't get that. What happened is that got leaked to the media within 12 hours of me sending that letter. And it wasn't support. It wasn't coming together to find a solution. It was to point fingers and make allegations and to insert politics into this process. And that's shameful.
Thank you.
That's shameful that we're doing that. We need to come together as leadership, this body, and we need to come to a solution so that our officers, my family members, go out who serve this community and risk their lives, have the support of this council.
Thank you, Chief. What's also non-negotiable, Chief, is that something as basic as service guns are not planned in your operational budget. Everybody knew that those guns had a 10-year life cycle. We increased the police budget by $32 million last year alone, and it is unresponsible and a non-negotiable for the department not to budget for something as basic as guns. It's like the Parks Department coming forward and saying, we didn't budget for the cost of water to water the grass.
Those guns were
Thank you, Jim. You don't have the floor. Thank you. With that, I'd just like to point out, I'm supportive of Member Carbasi's motion that we find partial funds for the replacement of the service weapons, and that we also give direction to the administration to find the remainder cost from the existing department budget.
Can I clarify to make sure we're on the same page? Just to make sure, just like we did with the housing and
So let me
development.
clarify the motion
Okay.
for everybody. The motion is to approve Member Carbasi's request for $113,000 towards the service weapons replacement, and the remainder of the cost to come from the department's budget, and that the administration will find it.
If I can clarify, so correct, 113,500 from the items, but carryover from those portions, but the mayor's office said that they will find the money. I don't know what source it's going to come from, but I do have a commitment from the mayor that he's going to do that. Is that okay?
And that's consistent with my motion.
Okay, thank you.
To direct the
I appreciate
administration to find the remainder of the resources within the department's budget. All right, with that,
Council President, I'm punched up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have Councilmember Capriolio first.
Thank you. You know, Chief, you made some good points. Politics really, in my view, has no place in this chamber. We're here as public servants, and we're here to serve that public, and that must be at the forefront of every inquiry, every decision, everything we do. It's to serve the people of the great city of Fresno. So I wish we could put our politics aside and reach a common goal, and of course, public safety is number one. So I hope my colleagues go that way, and as I've always said, I'm not a politician, I'm a public servant. Politicians serve themselves, public servants serve the community. So I think we should temper our emotions here, if you will, and I'm not pointing out anybody, I'm just saying, let's stay on task and stay on course. With that, I wanted to make sure that I understood that the $50,000 from the interns still enables us to receive the $200,000 matching number. Okay, that was the key when we announced this, in my view. I'd only ask that apparently, I don't know how we're going to divide that up. I assume it's by district. It's about $35,000 in the district, assuming some people don't want it. Is that how we're going to do that?
What?
The intern program.
Citywide program.
Okay, so
You all have access to it.
do we have the format for that distribution? In other words, there's an application, is it by
there's
district?
going to be an application that is going to, and a program that is going to come before the council once we get the $200,000 from the web.
And that would be a citywide program?
Yes.
Perfect. I commend Member Carbasi for doing what we say we should do, but we rarely do, and that is to, if you make a motion, find the funding. You found the funding. Congratulations. With that, I'd be supporting your motion, and again, commending you for that. And again, this is a safety issue. We're not going to give up on the memorial. That'll be delayed to another budget cycle. But in the meantime, this is critical mass. So with that in mind, I would support that amendment. We all have different opinions on these items. I'm not going to go into each one, but they're all priorities. But we just have to balance it out and try to figure out the best way to get the most for the dollar. And I think we've done that. So with that, I'm prepared to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Caprolio. We've now spent about an hour on this. I'd like to call for the vote. If the council is okay with that.
Council President, I have punched up.
And I'm punched up.
Okay, Councilmember Bredefield.
Okay, very briefly, I just wanted to respond to something Councilmember Surya said. She said that, you know, it's actually wonderful that the government has spent $450,000 for 88 families. The reality is if government rules and regulations weren't in place, we could have housed double that amount of money if government stayed out of the way. That's the problem. Government gets in the way, the regulations get in the way. That's our different point of view. Lastly, I just want to say we haven't provided staffing for the police department. There's plenty of needs for the police department. Homeless task force officers, community service officers, 911 dispatchers. In the last two budgets, we haven't hired any of them except some 911 dispatchers that Councilmember Soria and I pushed for. So we have not addressed the needs of the police department, nor frankly, of our citizens who are accessing the services and can't get an officer to come to their house when they're broken into. And Police Chief Hall, thank you for your comments. I greatly support all of them. There's much more we need to do for your department, and the fact that we have given you cars so you can ride around is not something I think we ought to praise. It's just something we ought to be doing. And if the helicopters need to be replaced, you need to bring that to us as well, because I want police to have all the resources to make this city safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bredefield. Last speaker, Councilmember Chavez, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you. First of all, Chief, I just want you to know that, you know, you coming up here means a lot. And everybody on this body is going to give you the tools that you need. Whether you need guns, whether you need cars, whether you need helicopters, whatever that is, public safety is one of the biggest priorities that we have, and you have that commitment from the majority of this body up here. I just want you to know that. Having said that, I think it was a perfect example today, and I want to urge my colleagues to be a little bit more proactive so that we don't have this protracted conversation up here. And I think that means meeting with the administration and flagging the issues, and for the administration, vice versa. If we could get that two-way communication going, I think that would save everybody a lot of time, because I don't think anybody's going to get the brevity award today, or I might. Thank you.
Award for the blah, blah, blah goes to Member Chavez. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any members of the public? We already went to the public on this item. We have one more. Ms. Dottie Smith, you want to come forward? We're doing as a whole.
Member, I don't know if the Assistant City Manager had an idea or not.
We will entertain some clarifying questions from the city manager after the public speakers.
Mr. President, council members, I just want to say, as I listened to the chief, I think it was the chief, talk about public safety, having been a lifelong resident of this city and having worked for a long time with continuation high school students, having been a former deputy sheriff, I'm thinking it's more to it than just asking for more money for public safety. And also, as a retired educator, you can teach reading from a paper, from the newspaper. You can teach reading from a lot of sources. So when we're asking for, when you talk about law and order and public safety, there's a lot of ways to deal with public safety other than raising the budget for more police. What we actually need is proactivity and a care for our community and our people that we serve. And people would tell me, Ms. Ayers, you may say, Dottie, you had to 3 minutes, but people used to tell me when I talk about my continuation high school students and their behavior, my gang members, and I said, well, they're not really like that. And people said, well, Dottie, because you know them. That's what our officers need to do. You need to get to know your community. Fresno is indeed a tale of two cities. And when we talk about public safety, what are we really doing to try to help this public? And as I talk about my gang members, having worked with them for many, many years, I saw them as people. And I think the police and our public safety officers need to see people as people, rather than what you can do, hey, hold it, stop. That won't do it. We need to see the human elements in them. And I think, yes, we need public safety. Yes, we need money to do things. But we also need to have a community and a law enforcement community that actually really cares and get out to know their community. Because when you get out to know your community, you will see it's not as dangerous as you perceive it to be. And you will also see that just because somebody doesn't look like you, that they're a threat.
Thank you, Ms. Dottie Smith. Any others wishing to speak to this item before we vote? Carmen, come forward. You see the second?
Carmen Navarro, 1241 North Vagides. The reason you are sitting there, more likely, is because we voted for you. Yet you are not representing our views. $500,000 is not going to get us anywhere. We are ready to do fundraising, but we cannot start until they see that the city is committed. And $500,000, even from the $1 million, is really not enough. So I ask that you find other resources and not wait till the budget is being discussed again. I met with the mayor, and he's supporting a senior center, which he said 3 years ago. Well, where is he? And where are you in terms of sticking up for what we need? I think we need to come together as a group and make a plan. The Parks Department now has a permanent director, and she's got ideas that are different than ours, frankly. She wants to increase the number of senior programs in the community centers. That's good, because those are needed. Those were eliminated some years ago. Instead of a senior center, they built community centers, and what is left is lunch, and lunch is not nutritious. So really, go back and consider what the needs are of the seniors. There are a good 25% of this community that are paying taxes, that are voting for you, and I'm very disappointed that we have $500,000, because that's not going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carmen. So, council, I'm going to try and summarize the motion before us. There's a motion to approve by Member Capriolio, second by Member Esparza, to approve the recommended budget items as presented by staff with the following changes. The funds for Darling will remain unallocated until the conclusion of mediation. The funds from the housing, set aside for housing, will pay for those items that were designated to be paid for by the Darling carryover funds. The $50,000 will be reduced from the intern set aside, $63,000 from the public safety memorial of our officers who have died in the line of duty, for a total of $113,000 towards the replacement of the service weapons, with direction to the administration to find the remaining money from the police department's existing budget and come forward with a recommendation.
I want the flexibility to find it from wherever I can, and it's about $217,000 just for the record.
You have that authority to find it from wherever you feel.
Police department budget. So
That's fine.
Okay.
You can find it from the mayor's budget or the city manager's budget too. Everything's fair game.
Or you can each put in $50,000 from your infrastructure budget to help me.
Or we can take it from your budget.
Okay.
All right, that's a motion. It's been seconded. Any opposition? Opposition. Member Bredefield opposes. That allocation gets approved 6-1 by this body. We will continue this meeting after lunch. Council, we're back at 1:30, at which point we will discuss the 11 o'clock, potentially $20 million cost for the animal shelter and the $6 million operational budget for that.
Council President, I would say we come back at 2 o'clock. Not all of us eat as fast as you.
1:30, we'll be back at 1:30, council member. Let's eat fast.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. That's a motion. We're coming back at 2 o'clock.
Discuss the 11 o'clock item, resolution regarding the development of an animal control-related services facilities and the findings of consistency with the master environmental impact report and the city's general plan. Staff is recommending adoption of the findings of statutory exemption pursuant to CEQA and approving the purchase sale agreement with the Gap Incorporated for the property located at 3400 Gap Drive in Fresno, California. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Member Carbasi, seconded by Member Esparza. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Butterfield, we are on item, the 11 o'clock animal shelter item. There's been a motion to approve. It's been seconded. There is no public comment on this item signed up. Is there any questions, concerns? Can we call for a vote?
Call for the vote.
All right. Any opposition to this item? Seeing none, it passes 6-0 with Member Chavez absent. Thank you, staff, and good luck with the significant project. The next item is the 11:30 resolution concerning the signage at city parks to encourage the owners to spay and neuter dogs in support of the planned no-kill animal shelter. Sponsor is Councilmember Butterfield. You have the floor.
Yeah, I think it says it exactly. We're building a no-kill animal shelter. We want to encourage people to spay and neuter their dogs. We're not mandating it. Unless the council, wants to do it in Clovis, it is a mandate to come into their park that their dog be spayed and neutered. I'm comfortable with just having it on our signs that we encourage them to do that. I mean, I think that's part of the process of not continuing to have the pet population problem that we have. So I would make a motion for this to be a part of. Oh, go ahead.
Questions?
Yeah.
Member Soria? And then Member Kabasi.
Couple things.
Is there a second? There's no second, it dies.
Second.
Motion made by Member Butterfield, second by Member Kabasi.
Just wanted to ask a question. So you did mention that obviously we don't have a ordinance that requires spaying and neutering. Is there a reason why maybe we wouldn't start there rather than just by having signs?
You mean requiring it irrespective of this? I don't have a particular problem with it. I did speak to Councilmember Chavez, and he had expressed some reservation about it. But that's why I think we ought to have that discussion here today.
Well, because one of the things that in my thought of it, and I don't know, where are the funds going to come from? I would rather much use whatever funds are going to be used for the signage to provide like low cost spay and neuter, because I know that sometimes that's an issue because of the cost.
Yep.
So I would rather spend it in that way if we come back with an ordinance that says, hey,
Well, I think what's happening is they're putting out signs. Is that correct, TJ? Are you putting out new signs out at the parks? Yeah, and so I want to add this to it. They're putting signs out.
Kind of sign.
Signs of rules of the dog parks.
So you're saying this is already funded within the Parks Department? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's what I want to.
Yes, it's going to be about $1,000 to $2,000 to make signs for all the dogs parks. And incorporating what Councilmember Bredefeld is asking is fine. I may suggest changing the wording slightly. The other thought, I think we've talked to Mike or Councilmember Kabasi about, he may want to weigh in on it.
Okay, Councilmember Soria is complete. Councilmember Carbasi, you're on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I'd like to support you today on this, but I have a couple of friendly amendments I'd like to make.
Sure.
I have some samples of what the signs would look like. The first amendment I'd like is if it can be a separate sign, a campaign to encourage people to spay and neuter their pets. I can pass these over to you. You guys can see.
You want to put it on the
I gave her
overhead?
some already.
Okay, well, maybe she can put it on the over. Okay.
And so that way, it can be a separate sign, it could be a part of the campaign to encourage people, because we don't have an ordinance right now requiring, but to encourage people to spay and neuter their pets, but not mix it up with the same sign that says these are all the requirements to be in the park. The other friendly amendment I'd like to make is that it's the option for the council member in whose district the dog park resides, whether or not they want the signs to go up in that district. So if you want to put it in your district, you can, absolutely.
You mean the separate sign?
The separate sign.
So the rules would go up in all parks, and then this is more of an educational encouragement sign that would not only tell them we encourage it, but give them some resources as far as how to get it done.
I think it even says that if you neuter your dog, it's easier to train. I think that applies to council members as well.
Starting with,
Council President, I second that.
What part, the neutering council members? Okay. So Councilmember Carbasi, you made a motion to amend the original motion?
Friendly
Yeah.
amendment.
Yeah, so you want to put up a separate sign? I can't see this.
You have the, I'll pass out the printout to you. Yeah. That's an example. There's one for spaying, one for neutering.
Okay.
That's just a sample. We can have the staff change it up. Well, we won't do that.
That's really just to give an idea of what could be done.
Yeah.
We could certainly adapt it to our use, but the idea is to campaign and provide people with some information on how to spay or neuter their animals.
And Councilmember Soria is right. We want to make sure we have low-cost spay and neuter. I think that's going to come down the line with the agreement with the successor agency for the new facility. But you are right about that.
I like the idea of having a sign like that that provides information to folks.
And would you be okay with the second part of that as well? It's up to the council member for that district if they want to put them up.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I don't know why we would want to hesitate. You know, just make it uniform. What would be the hesitation in just doing that?
Just to give the option to our colleagues if they want to. I think it can gain support for this measure. That's why.
I mean, I don't think District 7 has the luxury of having such an amenity. Where are these dog parks? I've seen them in passing, but I mean, how many do we have?
Mostly north of Bullard.
TJ may be able to give you some information on where they're at.
We have a few.
It's the inequity of dog parks in our city. And I do have a question for the maker of the motion. Where are we going to get the money? We just argued over, funding police weapons. So where would the money come from for the additional signs?
For the additional signage, we have money in our budgets to replace those signs. We've had it budgeted. We wanted to update the signs that are we currently have 10 dog parks. There is one in almost every district. There's one at Roding, Woodward. We have Todd Beamer. I did not bring my list, I apologize. I believe the only district that does not have one is Councilmember Capriola's district.
Okay, so we do have money for the
We do.
signage
It'll
for
be
the
approximately-
rules, right?
For the rules, we do. We could take a look at this signage and see what it would cost. I also thought maybe we could get some sponsorships on those signs from perhaps the no-kill shelters and some folks we can.
We're not talking a lot of money here.
Okay.
Is this a TAIL, Tale of Two Cities?
Yes, it is the Tale of Two Cities. Thank you for reminding us of that. Yeah, it is a very small amount of money, but
Yes,
so
and
was
I do want to add that in the Fresno Municipal Code, it does require all dogs are licensed, and we do require a license to go into the dog parks. And there is a considerably lower fee for a spayed or neutered dog to have a license. It's only $12 a year, opposed to $50 for an
Thank you.
unlimited license. So
Just for the record, I've seen Mike take his dogs to a dog park and they're not licensed. So we might want to hire some police officers to monitor the licensing of dogs.
I think that is probably a code enforcement issue.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion, a second. It's been, a friendly amendment has been submitted, it's been accepted. Do we have any opposition to this item?
No opposition, but I'm interested with, if Councilmember Bredefeld is interested, we can explore the potential policy impact of mandating the spay and neuter.
Should we get maybe a workshop on that? Yeah. To see what other communities and what are some of the maybe impacts before we bring, I would be interested in.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, maybe we add to the motion direction to staff to come back with the spay and neuter proposal?
We can certainly do that. I just want to point out that Clovis, their sign says that in order to enter the dog park, you have to have your dog spayed or neutered. But there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that for breeders and such.
Yeah.
So that's the issues we'll have to work through.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about is since we're investing a ton of money in a new shelter, that we consider requiring spay or neutering in the whole city.
You may have some opposition to that.
Absolutely, as we do for everything else. All right, seeing no opposition to this item, it's so approved. It's approved to put up this additional signage at the prerogative of council members who want it in their dog parks, except for Councilmember Caprelio, because he doesn't have one. And with direction to city staff to come back with a proposal on the options of requiring spay and neutering for the whole city, given our investment in the new shelter. With that, we are now going to retrieve to the closed session. Legal counsel, can you describe?
Yes, counsel, to be clear, we're going to do the closed session, then come back for the code enforcement item? Okay. In closed session, we have existing litigation, Jorian versus City of Fresno, also Bustos versus City of Fresno, and then exposure litigation, San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District in the city.
All right, we have a quorum. We are now going to reconvene from closed session. Legal counsel, will you read the action that was taken in closed session?
There's no final action.
With that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the last item for this afternoon, is item 3A, a workshop by our city attorney related to code enforcement. Staff, you have the floor.
Yes, counsel, I was going to tee it off here. First of all, we're back for several purposes right now. First of all, when the council approved moving code to the city attorney's office, you said, come back in 6 months and report on where we are. Second of all, this is our quarterly asset report, and we're expanding that to basically all of code at this point. And then third, we'd like to have a discussion about the abatement contract and services. I think it was maybe in September, you all approved an abatement contract with an outside vendor, but said return within 6 months because there was a dispute about who should be awarded the contract, the scope of the contract, and so forth. When we entered into that contract, there was some difficulty in dealing with issues like insurance, prevailing wage, and so forth, and you directed us to go back out and pursue another procurement process. We did that, and at that time, then the person who had complained that he didn't get the contract didn't even bid on it, so it was only the same contractor again. The contract became more expensive. And so we're back now to talk about whether we want to continue contracting out to a consultant or a service provider the abatement services or bring all of that work in-house. And we think at the end of our presentation here, we're going to discuss some of the numbers on whether it would make sense to bring that in-house and seek your direction on that. So, Christina, you want to start with the report?
Yes. Okay. So I am.
Thank you, Christina. And I'm going to just ask that brevity be our friend today. Where there's the last item on the agenda, we want to pay attention.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, Council President Arias and council members. I'm Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney. As Doug discussed, we are here for the asset quarterly report as part of the larger code enforcement report. I will run through a little bit about asset first and then move on to the other items. In asset right now, there are currently 29 open cases, properties containing 549 rental units. Of those cases, 19 are in compliance agreements, 2 are in the receivership process. The outstanding cases are either being debated in administrative hearings at citation stage, or they're just pretty early in the process. A couple cases we just wanted to highlight. This property in District 5 on Deering was an occupied 10-unit complex that had substantial health and safety issues. An initial inspection was conducted in June of 2019, and the final compliance inspection occurred on October 24th, 2019. All violations were cured. I have a few pictures to demonstrate some of the after photos. And in that property, actually the same property owner owns the neighboring property. Also on Deering is another 10-unit complex. Asset has an open case there as well, and that one should be completed soon. The next property is a 20-unit complex on Shields in District 1. This one is in progress. The case actually started back in November of 2018. The property was later sold because the original property owner was not able to bring the property into compliance. All violations on this property should be cured by the end of the month, so you can see a few of the both exterior and interior improvements that have been made. The last property I wanted to highlight for asset is in District 7 on Olive. This property, similar to the last one, was sold because the property owner unfortunately was not able to bring it into compliance. We did issue a citation to the previous property owner. She later did sell it to an investor who has been able to bring the property back up into compliance, and this property also should be completed by the end of the month. You can see some of the improvements that have been made. So that was pretty much our abbreviated asset quarterly report. A lot of the highlights and other information about other properties is attached to the code report in the weekly status report that asset publishes on the website every Friday. Also in rental housing, we have the proactive team, and they've been making great progress. To date, the inspectors have conducted all baseline inspections on all registered multifamily properties south of Bullard. We're very proud of that. Single-family home inspections began on February 3rd of 2020, so just last week, and approximately 44 inspections have been completed thus far on single-family homes. In addition to that, we also have inspectors that are actively working to identify and cite unregistered rental properties to make sure that the registry is as complete as we possibly can get it. Next up, we wanted to touch on our Community Compliance Division. As all of you know, this division was reorganized into 7 council district teams as of January 2nd, 2020. Those teams have dived right in, and they're doing a great job in those districts. I have some numbers to demonstrate pretty much what the open cases look like right now. As always, these numbers don't reflect the breadth of what one case, the amount of work that it could take, but it's just an idea to kind of give you a sense of where the cases fall in the different districts. But we're really proud of the work that team is doing.
Can you just pause for a second? I think it's important to note that in my district, there's more than 500 cases, significantly higher than any other part of town. So I know you guys are spending a lot of time in my district, and it's because there's a bigger need. Thank you.
Yes, and as you all know, we spent a lot of time working out which inspectors and how many inspectors would be in each district, and we tried to look at both the data from the numbers of the cases as well as the types of cases that we saw in those districts. And obviously these cases range from public nuisance, parking on the lawn, all the way through very significant housing violations. Moving on to special teams, it's a newer division that we have when we did the reorganization. Special teams makes up all of our different specialty teams, including the new school area team, demolitions, vacant lots, illegal dumping citations, and tires. The new SAT, or school area team, provides proactive code enforcement around schools. Currently, the team is in 4 different neighborhoods, and we've listed some of the results so far that the team has seen in those 4 neighborhoods. Obviously, as time goes on, we're going to be expanding that team into additional neighborhoods, but we just kind of want to give you a sense of where they're at right now. Our demolition team is also doing great work. Over the time since the last code report, the demolition team has facilitated 14 demolitions. It's really great, though, because 10 of those demolitions were motivated by our demolition inspector, but were actually performed by the property owner, which saves the city both time and expense. Through this process, 4 additional property owners were motivated to rehabilitate their properties rather than demolish. Just have a quick example for you of one of those demolitions. This property had suffered, it's 751 South Cedar in District 5. It had suffered multiple fires, and the last one in November of 2019 left the walls in danger of collapse, creating an imminent hazard. The property owner is deceased, and no one was able to handle the necessary demolition. The city immediately put up a fence and began the process for a summary abatement. The demolition process took several days and was completed on December 12th, 2019. So this is just one of the examples of the great work that team is doing. Our vacant lot team, as well, is just doing great success. They abate both weeds, junk, and rubbish in vacant lots throughout the entire city. So that's a huge undertaking, but they are doing a great job. In one case that the vacant lots team worked on is 4406 East Ball in District 7. This property had been a frequent target for not only weeds and tall grass, but also transients camping out, a lot of junk and rubbish. It had been complained about by all the neighbors. It was a huge problem. The vacant lots team worked closely with the attorneys to get an abatement warrant on this property, and we were able to have it cleaned and secured. Unfortunately, very recently, we discovered that transients are once again occupying the lot. So now we're moving forward towards getting an injunction and possibly a receivership to deal with those issues. So that's the kind of, what we see that we have to do on some of these properties if it becomes an ongoing issue. Our legal dumping inspector is also doing a great job. 108 citations for illegal dumping were issued in calendar year 2019, and there's been 20 issued since our last report in October. He works tirelessly to confirm the information and to issue really strong citations that are going to hold up under scrutiny and under appeal. Finally, on special teams, our tire team has again done just great work. They've collected nearly 4,000 tires since the report in October. Our next tire amnesty event is actually this Saturday, February 15th, from 8 to noon at the Chandler Airport. I did distribute some information on that to your chiefs of staff to try to get that word out, but just so everybody knows, there's a limit of 9 tires. No business-generated tires will be accepted, and we ask that participants bring some document to identify them as a City of Fresno resident, like a utility bill or something. Finally, I wanted to just highlight the work that the legal team is doing. We are very busy with receiverships, compliance agreements, inspection warrants, abatement warrants, and other things. I wanted to highlight 2 of our recent receivership successes. The first one is 3079 East Pine in District 7. This was an open case for many years. The property was in extremely poor condition, inside and out, and it was located right on the corner of First Street, so it was a huge problem for the neighborhood. The receivership was granted in March 2019, and the property was sold in April 2019, and it has been fully rehabilitated, as you can see. There's an interior photo that's pretty striking. And then finally, 2953 East Balch in District 3 was a constant target for transients, and there had been a fire on the property in the past. It was causing a huge problem for the neighborhood and adding a lot of stress to a disabled veteran neighbor. So we wanted to make sure that we moved on this one quickly. The receivership was granted in June 2019, and the receiver fully rehabilitated the property, and it should be sold soon. So it gives you an idea of the backyard. It's pretty striking. And I think that's it for my part, so I'm going to turn it back over to Doug.
Yeah, Christina, could you tee up the abatement slide then?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Council, so the remaining things we'd like to talk about is the abatement issue, and then also any general feedback you have since we've been doing this for 6 months. On the abatement issue, the budget for our abatement services is about $353,000 per year. Of that, we spent about $121,000 so far this year. For the abatement services, prevailing wage applies to this. That, of course, means it's expensive, and it requires a lot of administration on both the contractor side and on the city side. The abatement contract that was approved roughly 6 months ago was for up to that $350,000. Council directed us to go back out. We only had one proposer. It was the same contractor. And then the bid was 20% higher, which effectively means that we get 20% less work for that $350,000. So having given that, the difficulty in the contracting, insurance, prevailing wage, we look seriously at whether it would make sense to bring these services in-house. If we do bring it in-house, we're looking at about $185,000 annually on personnel costs. And of course, if we were to do that for the remaining 3 months of this year, if we could get going that quickly, it's only 25% of that for this year. That would be 3 to 4 permanent positions and temps as needed seasonally, like weed season, we might need more people. We figure up to about $250,000 up front on equipment costs. You need a truck, tractor, and trailer, and hand tools, and those sorts of things. So if we were to do that in the balance of this fiscal year, the cost is about $296,000. I believe if we were directed to do that, we could absorb that within our current budget with both the services specific amount and then other amounts that we have available in code enforcement. In making your decision whether to do this, I think you might want to look at one, total cost. I think overall we can actually save the city money bringing this in-house, especially if you look at the equipment cost amortized over, let's say, 5 years. That's only $50,000 a year plus $180,000 a year of personnel costs, so that's well under our $350,000 a year that we've been spending. Administration of prevailing wage is difficult. Difficulties in awarding and implementing contracts, that's going to be ongoing if we don't bring it in-house. I think if we bring the services in-house and we have the employees available to us, they can be immediately responsive to whatever you want us to do. Now, I think if we're going to do this, we need to define what the scope of the mission is. I think the scope of the mission should be enforcement on private property only. I think to the extent there may be an emergency or an occasional picking up trash or whatever it may be on city-owned property or right-of-way that could be available for that, but that wouldn't be the primary purpose of them. So we're asking for you to give us direction on how to do this, either return with approvals to bring it in-house. We would come back with those costs and contracts and so forth, create positions, or bring the new contract for approval, as we discussed, or do nothing and just keep doing what we've been doing. So
Thank you, legal counsel. This is a council workshop. There's no action or public comment, so we'll just bring it back to the council. Before I go to my colleagues, who's Esmeralda Soria, I want to say thank you for that Balch Street. When I was walking that neighborhood, the 94-year-old World War II veteran told me that he's been complaining for 10 years of that house and that it had been put on fire at least 3 times, and he was afraid that now that he's immobile, that he would be at danger. So I know it took a year of hard work to get into receivership, and that's actually the preference that the family who owned the property preferred. And you guys have, completely changed that whole neighborhood just because of that one house. So thank you for that work. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to try to keep my remarks short, but I also did want to say thank you to Christina, the entire code team. I know that at least from the council, my council staff, they're very appreciative and are just very happy with the relationship and the work that you guys have been doing over the last 6 months. I also want to just acknowledge, I know that there's a property, it wasn't highlighted here, but you and I, we've been in communication about this, is on Van Ness and Harvard. And for those residents there, that house has been essentially just blighted for over 2 decades. So the fact that it got through receivership and it was sold, and we'll see hopefully in the next 6 months, a brand new remodeled home is going to make the neighborhood a lot better. So thank you for the work that you guys are doing. Appreciate all the reports. I do read them. I do read the reports and I send you back, my feedback when I have it. So I appreciate that. I did want to say thank you for being thoughtful in the kind of recommendations and proposals. From what I see, I would be, just so my council colleagues know, I would be supportive of bringing it in-house. I think that I would rather, when we have an issue, have people readily available to go get it taken care of. I think that you guys have been pretty good with following kind of the vision and direction that the council has had for the last year, and so I would be supportive of bringing that. I don't know if needs to be in.
We just
during the
need a
budget.
direction, so once we get consensus from the group, then that's enough direction.
So I would be supportive of those
All right,
efforts.
Councilmember Capriolo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And you're all superstars. And I can't thank you enough. One of our best decisions was to do what we've done today. And you truly are superstars. And those that aren't here today, pass that on to them. They get that same status. And they're probably higher because they're in the field and you guys are here listening to us. What a treat. Anyway, sincerely appreciate that. And I would support the in-house direction that you've tendered. And then I think is it San Gabriel, right off of Jackson, the house that's been burnt out for like 3 years? We're real close. So I should have brought the address with me, but I'm not thinking clearly today. But I appreciate that. Please keep leaning on that so we can get it done. Oh gosh, I forgot his name now. He lives across the street. He was with the Fresno Bee. Help me out, folks.
Jim Boren.
Jim Boren, yes. So I made a bet with him that this would be done in the next 90 days. And it was for lunch, and I told him I eat a lot. So no pressure on you guys. So
Good to know.
Fix it.
Sincerely, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm also supportive of bringing the item in-house. Is there any opposition for bringing the service in-house? Councilmember Chavez, you have the floor, and then Councilmember Esparza.
Just want to thank you, guys. My office has been really excited to work with you, especially since Doug took over and Erica. We appreciate what you're doing in District 5. I actually sent out my staff 2 weeks ago to look for infractions, and we found 3, and that's like unheard of for us. So that means you guys are on it. So I appreciate that. And I also would be supportive of bringing it in-house as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, not a lot of new content I can add here, but just very grateful to our code enforcement team. I think we've seen a huge transformation since everything has transitioned. You guys have been very responsive. Because of that, I do feel comfortable bringing this abatement program in-house. I think if you can run it anything like you've been doing with the current program, I think it'll be very effective.
Thank you. All right, it looks like you, council, you have direction to bring it in-house and make the appropriate plans. Thank you, City Attorney and our team for the code enforcement presentation. You guys have been extremely responsive and effective, and we do appreciate you guys clean up our neighborhoods. And on some other day, we'll move all the code enforcement to my district alone for a few weeks.
Thank you, Council.
All right, with that, we'll go to the last item on the agenda, unscheduled oral communication. Mr. David Love, you have 3 minutes.
The name's David Love, number 4, building 429. I'm voicing all the way to the White House, voicing all the way to Sacramento, all to the state capital, USA, to the United States of America. Today's date is actually Tuesday the 9th, the year 2020. Voicing Jesus Heaven's will. There's a still politician Paula Yang, Dog Wars Satan, her husband, Mong 6 number of Satan. They're still doing lots of their Dog Wars of Satan with Kokong. Kokong is known as Mong Shongs. Mong Shongs are all Satans, right? There's 17 House of Satan. We call their drug dealing House of Satan. The House of Satan 5751 East Iowa, Satan. We caught their Satan Mong Sheng that's in prison that has murdered an individual with a lady that they nicknamed Pikachu. And that was their second line of Mong Shengs, the Dark Rose of Satan. There's still the baby Satan, Zhang Zhang Meng Sheng, at age 40 to 45. I heard his Satan age is at age 44. There's still also black African American voodoos. The lady that always voiced for the Southwest structure of Southwest, That lady is part of the Black African American voters that has been trying to steal my name, David Lovner, for building 429 from Social Security. Right now they're doing mics. Right? Also voicing Satan Satan Hedrick, Satan Jerry Dyer. You want their Satan drug dealing city in the city of Fresno? Ain't no PET. There's no PST name in the language of HMNG. It does not reverse the three numbers of people. I don't twofold. There's 25 angels up in Jesus' heaven from the 5 branches of the military of the war of Iran, Iraq. I call it World War IV that Judge Judy Daughter Terry, the Jawbone Satan, has caused. And it points out Dumb Jerk Scott, the Two-Face, that goes by the name Dumb Jerk Skimp, the leash boy.
Thank you, David. Now we'll close the meeting.
Also on
Thank
Jesus'
you, David.
Heaven's journey.
You're done. Done. Thank you, David. You gotta go now.
Thank you. Council, I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in the memory of Enrique Reed, that was a organizer for MLK and community activist in the neighborhoods. Today is meant for the record. City Clerk, if you could just note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn the February 13th meeting at 2:32.